Hello, everybody. Okay, let's check out everything here. Good here, good here. This a little bigger. And here we go. Here's what it looks like outside right now. If you want to see. We're in a warning of snow squalls and heavy snowfall, snow showers. Not really big accumulations, but some, definitely some. Just gonna remove this here. There we go. So you don't see the spot in the window. And there we go. So it's winter, but we're supposed to have some rain maybe later this week. It's supposed to get warmer, and we'll be in the 40s for a couple of days. So the guy in the Weather Channel is saying that we shouldn't take for granted that it is going to be a white Christmas because we have snow right now. You never know. So, and we're gonna have some snow removal crews. So that means a lot of activity on the CB bands here in the next few days, maybe even now. So let me bring out HF Underground for the pirate activity, and we will take out EIBI space for the shortwave schedules. It's been updated December 10th, so it shouldn't be too bad. And let's check preom, just out of curiosity, for number stations. So only in 2 hours will we have something to listen to, so it's a long time away. And here we go. Let's start this show. And hope that everything's going to be all right. So, been trying out these the Christmas lights. These are, and they look like good old incandescent bulbs, but they are actually LEDs in a glass envelope, like the old incandescent bulbs. And I kind of like them. And I tried one because they're on sale for almost half price. So I decided to buy one set of 100 and see if it created any interference in the radios. And it actually does not. So I went out and purchased 2 more sets of 100. And I guess, they're not totally like. The colors are still a little LED-ish, but they're not bad. I think gradually, I like the fact that they look like old incandescent bulbs. So this is kind of cool. So I put one set in the Christmas tree, and yeah, pretty nice. So let's start this. Welcome aboard. This is the Shortwave radio live stream. We have the Yesu here, which, by the way, I wanted to try the see if I could hear the got a lot of noise today from probably the neighbor. 422 477.5, which was the 68 point. Yeah, that was the good see the Iona sounds go through to try the marine stations KPH. Welcome aboard, everybody. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. We're here to have fun with radio, entertain. We'll talk a little today of this new toy that I got, which is the Shoyang WT2, which is an amazing little device that does a lot and has shortwave and medium wave and FM reception on it. And it uses the TEF6686 automotive chip, which gives it great performance on the radio side. And it's also a smart radio, internet radio, a walkie-talkie that can transmit on UHF, and even a walkie-talkie that, with some way of creating groups or having groups online, can you can talk around the world through the internet and through cell communication. So kind of interesting device. We'll talk about it. I am testing it right now, having fun with that. So hope that you guys enjoy what we're going to talk today. Also, there's a beautiful chat room, wonderful people. If you want to join in, say hello, please do so. Maybe you've never said hello to anyone, and it's always fun to have new people here say hello, and of course tell us where you are from, and this is pretty cool. So here we're going to try. Let's go to the lower sideband. Let's go to 27.385 for activity. Definitely hearing some activity. (27.385) lower sideband. One of those the channel 38 lower. It's one of those really popular channels. I'm just going to change a little something here on the camera, because this is I look red because of the automatic color. I don't know why. Even if I remove it, it always comes back to automatic. So there we go. This is probably resembles a little more what it should look like. And yeah, lots of activity on channel 38 lower. So beautiful chat room, and there's a Facebook group after that. If when the show is over, we go to the Facebook group, and there's lots of activity. We have 4,200 members, 4,300, I think 4,300 now. So lots of places where we all reach each other and talk about radio in general. So it's a lot of fun for everybody to be here. So yeah, definitely some activity here.
To get a loan in your name, they won't be able to get a loan because you have the credit report locked, and it costs nothing at all. And if you want to get a loan, all you have to do is
So
get back into
some guy talking about loans and credit reports on channel 38 lower. He's got a very strong signal. Pretty amazing. And so, yep, lots of stuff happening here. So, hello everybody, welcome aboard. Don't forget, if you enjoy what I do, there's the super chat where you can give a little something. It's always appreciated. It helps tremendously, and improving the all of this, and of course getting radios, and still waiting for my DP666 radio. I can't wait to get it. It's somewhere between China and Canada, apparently. So I hope it was not in one of those big containers that actually fell into the ocean from that boat on the West Coast. But apart from that, everything is going to be interesting to check that out. Hope to get it before Christmas arrives. And so the super chat, and you can also help out if you don't want me to die of starvation. There's a pizza fund, and of course, cat treats for Paul the cats. Also, through PayPal at this email if you want to help out, contribute. It really, really helps a lot, and I want to thank everybody that have contributed. Don't forget that if you give a little something through here or any other means, you are going to be in the drawing in 2 weeks' time. Santa is going to be here, and he's going to have 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships to give away for 1 year. He will also have a surprise box that I think some people might be interested in. I'll give a hint of one of the things that's going to be in it. So just to give you an idea, guys, one of the things that's going to be in it is a CountyCom GP7 SSB, graciously given by CountyCom themselves. So I think that's one hint of what's going to be in that box. So gives you an idea. Gives you an idea. All right. Let's start this and say hello to everybody. So we have Richard Wagner, snowy Northeast Illinois. Nice to have you on board. MPRT, or Bobby Burgess, Master Players, WA5107 SWL, Morgan City, Louisiana. Nice to have you here. Chicopee Radio. Nice to have you on board from Chicopee, Massachusetts. We have Mike B. Nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. Nothing but blue skies, apparently. Hopes to see Mr. Paul. Maybe. ZY3WR. Nice to have you here from Israel. Station in English, as you were listening earlier. So that would be at 19 some UTC. What you are hearing there would technically be, there's nothing in English here. There's Radio Taiwan in French from Bulgaria that was from 19 to 1930. But I don't see anything much in English. But there's something that I know, that there's this station in Germany. Now, it doesn't say that it's on at this time usually, but you never know. Maybe you're hearing this shortwave service station or something. Maybe they could be on longer than usual. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Megan, nice to have you on board from Colorado. What else do we have? Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TEL in New Jersey. Old Radios, nice to have you on board. No radios this week. He's got cameras. And by the way, I will take a sip. Cheers, everybody. This is beer, La Bête Bleue. Esteban, nice to have you here from the Canary Islands. EA8DLJ, nice to have you on board. Greetings, 54 Cal, greetings, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Old Radio says it's snowing today. Wired Dave, nice to have you here from Temple, Texas. WA5253SWL. Blagadai, nice to have you on board from soon-to-be-cold Virginia. Michael, nice to have you here from New Jersey in the United States. Trey Watterson 69, nice to have you here from as usual, and shout out to Paul the Cat, of course. Billy Bob, nice to have you on board. Mr. Chukshik, nice to have you on board from snowy Ohio. We have Robert Varner, if I say no to snow, I don't think it technically works here in Montreal. But we do have, I remember one time, maybe 20, 25 years ago, where we had almost no snow. We had a little bit of snow in December, and everything started melting in January. It was so awkward, so weird. I remember because at that time I was doing tech duties, and I was sometimes going out with my leaflets and put them in a mailbox. And I remember doing it in January with I was wearing just a small jacket. It was so warm. It was crazy. Maybe 20 years ago. But this year, winter started early. Billy Bob says 27,375 lower sideband pretty active today. And of course, I am the servant of Paul the Cat. Absolutely. It says so on, I don't have it here, but I do have a coffee mug where actually there's a drawing of what is Paul the Cat and Mignon, where when I had Mignon before. And it says "Good morning, human servant" on the coffee cup. Spider Mike, nice to have you here from upstate New York. Luca Marianetti, nice to have you here from Italy. Used to have a boss that was an Italian man whose name was Luca. Trustin, nice to have you here from Newfoundland. Kev Michael, nice to have you on board. DW Germany in 9830 going to end at the end of the year. Yeah, DW has had mentioned that they were stopping their shortwave service at the end of the year. For what is left, I mean, there's not a lot left when you look at what DW was used to be before. Brian Leesner, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Travis, nice to have you here in St. Louis. GMAC, nice to have you on board. Says we're going to be your temperature minus 11 Celsius here in the Smoky Mountains, East Tennessee. Yeah, here we're at right now we're at -2, -3, which is about, 25 Fahrenheit, something like that. And we're not going to have that cold of a week. It's actually going to go up midweek to maybe the 40s. There's supposed to be +6 degrees Celsius on Thursday. But then it'll drop back again below zero. VA3JPX, nice to have you on board. And what else do we have? Michael, not as good as the old bulbs. They can't melt snow. Yeah, they don't melt snow. If you put that outside, and this is a funny thing that is that I always remember from like the good old days and today. When there was a neighbor that he's got this big bush, and you would put full of lights in it, but they were all incandescent bulbs. The big ones, the C7, C9. And of course, when you would turn them on when there was snowing, it would make holes where you'd see the bulb go through the snow because of the melting around it. But today, the LEDs stay cold. So when you look at the same bush, it's just colorful lights that we see below under the snow, which actually has its own little charm, though. That's kind of interesting. Don Royal, nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Ontario. Moments the Great, nice to have you here. Where are you located? Johnny Z, nice to have you on board. Remember the old school tiny Christmas light? One burns and they all go out. Yeah, that was fixed with a very interesting little thing. Because these here on my right side, these are actually old incandescents that you guys, you don't see them here. But if I hold one here, you guys are going to see it. These are the old incandescent lights. And they have this little filament that they added to the bulb that when the filament breaks, there's that little jumper that actually continues making contact. So unless that jumper is also broken, if the light burns out, well, the light set still continues. But I got an old one here which has patterns, comes from the 80s, and I always want to keep it running every year because it has all these crazy patterns with. But every single year, I have to go through okay, which bulb is not working. So take out a bulb, test the bulb, put it back, test the other bulb, put it back, and fix it every year. And this year was no exception to the rule. So what else do we have? GMAX says, "Core the Eton Elite Executive for $60 on eBay. One of your favorite. Thanks for the review." Yeah, it's a nice radio. The Elite Executive is really a nice little radio. Honestly, at $60, yeah, not bad. And you're gonna have fun with that. It's a good little radio. Whole radios, internet radio, huh? Yep, stream stations. I can go and stream, for example, if I take it here. So I have the option to, let me just do this, to, so here it's going to stream.
Very unattractive 80s brown brunette perm at the beginning. I remember those.
That's the BBC World Service streaming on it.
Brown contact lenses. That was really
And you can search for stations vocally, so I can press and hold the 1 key and then say what station I want to hear. It has, of course, the capabilities of shortwave. So this is shortwave, and you can punch in the frequency if you want. It's actually receiving world's last crap right now.
Passionate to each individual. We just had our dear brother Jerry Kendall. I told him before the service he was
inside the room here, just with this little antenna, and it's getting 9330 world's last crap. And you press the same button again, and you'll get medium wave. And I was listening to WBZ Boston yesterday, easily. Of course, the FM band, and it's pretty good also. This is 107.9, is the WVPS station across the border.
and got my arm stuck. And really freaked out.
So that's 107.9. And, of course, there's the streaming capability. It has UHF capability where you will use it as a walkie-talkie, 5 watts of power. It also has the, like I said, there's a walkie-talkie functionality that works through the internet with groups that you can create and talk around the world with it. So I'm amazed at this little thing. The WT2. So it's connected to my Wi-Fi. You can add a SIM card and works with eSIM. So it's amazing little device, I can tell you that. I am totally surprised at this. Nice little display, the color display on the front also. So really cool. Showing on WT2. I'm pretty impressed with it. So videos will be coming up this week. Dax Farr, nice to have you here from Germany. Moments the Great says 27375. LSB is pretty active today. CQDX for Paul the Cat. So yeah, like I said, it does stream. It has a database of like 15, more than that, 40,000. I think they say 40,000 different streams and stuff. Podcasts. You could, of course, use it and put your favorite podcasts in it, and so on. So, pretty cool. ZY3WR, apparently it's Yoruba Library Radio, and there's no info about it. Jerry Hart, nice to have you here from Niagara Falls, New York. Brad Shaver, nice to have you here from cold North Illinois. Here, it's snowing a little more. If it ever gets more, I'll put the... we're supposed to have some really heavy snow showers at some point. So I'll show you guys what it looks like if it gets even worse than this. This isn't too bad, actually. And if I look at the weather map here, yeah, we're gonna have some heavier snow coming through in not too long. So I'll see what it looks like. But it's very Christmassy. Very Christmassy. So, what do we have? What do we have? Landy K. Waters Ski. Landy K. Water Ski. Says that there's the MLA 30 Plus on sale for $18.67 on AliExpress, if it's a good one, hopefully. Richard Wagner, my MLA 30 bit the dust. Kevin Michael 9370 Radio Filipinas on now. VA3 JPX, nice to have you here. Already said that, but yes, James in Ottawa. I was about to say Ottawa earlier. Nice to have you on board. RJ Dakota, I saw a few different reviews and views on this new Shoyang WT2. Looks interesting. Yeah, no single sideband because it uses the automotive chip, but it is very, very interesting. Malcolm, nice to have you here from Melbourne, Australia, all the way to the other side. In the future, Jerry Hart has 3 inches of snow here south of Buffalo and some snow squalls. Rick Myers, KO4OSA, nice to have you on board. Brian Leesner, thank you so much for the PayPal donation. Much appreciated. Kamikaze76, thank you so much for the donation. For Paul the Cat's Trust Fund. And thank you, Blogger Die, for the donation. Much appreciated. Let me go down and see where I was. All radios. Is this the new 7200? No, 27385 is really a CB channel 38, so there's everything there. What often happens on 27385, a lot of stations will go there, call, and sometimes say, well, okay, I'm calling CQ, but I'm going to go to another channel and wait for anybody to call back. It's a little bit like 27555 upper sideband, which is an out of band frequency. Let's go see what's there on 27555. Let's put 27. Usually what people do on this frequency, this is an out of band frequency, is they will call on 27555 upper sideband and say, okay, I'm going to wait for somebody to call me back on another frequency. So if I would do it, I would go there and say, whatever I want to say, call CQ, my call sign, and say, okay, I'm waiting for anyone to call me back on 27520. And then I'll wait there. So, David P. Miller, nice to have you here from New Jersey. Kevin Michael has digital on the FT8 28074 and up 3 kilohertz is FT8. And there's digital stuff all through. Blogger Die, nice to have you here. It's cool radio. Andy New, nice to have you here from Bristol, UK. I'm 7CUN. Brian Leisner, the Conicom exoskeleton is awesome. Yep, it's great. GMAC says, already do, and thank you also for your reviews. Very helpful. Someday I will step up to more I-class receivers. It's you know, you don't have to necessarily go to IN radios, you know. Esteban, news from Spain. Radio Nacional España plan to cut off all the RNE transmissions on medium wave. Yeah, that was that. All of the medium wave stuff is going away for Spain. Yep, unfortunately. Blogger, the MSN weather page is showing an ad for the DP666. I wonder why. So Michael from the Pacific Ocean. GMAC, well, it's not orange. It looks like orange, but it is slightly, it's kind of one of those Belgian type ale. So it has that weird kind of orangey color to it. Also, the lining here makes it maybe look more orange than it actually is. So, but yeah, when I look at it through my camera, through my computer here, I have the impression of almost orange crush color, but it's actually lighter than that. It does have beer color here. Darren Rogers, nice to have you on board from Long Island, New York, KB2AHS. Toronto Biker Perry, 8 Barry in Sherbrooke, nice to have you on board. Mr. Lemmy, 2000, nice to have you here. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board from South Texas. And what else do we have here? I'm just going to do a little cleanup of something here. A little something here. So here is just going to do this here. Okay. So I'm going to do that. I'm tired of going through. Okay, let's continue. Radical Squadron 11900 seems like All India Radio. Yeah, it's Akashvani. It usually stops at 2030, so I think it's over now. 11900 is Akashvani, definitely. I forgot to check how well it was coming in here. Nicole, nice to have you on board. G6PGV, always nice to have you on board from the UK. J Dakota says, I could never see snow again and I would be perfectly happy. I want snow. I like snow, actually. But then again, I don't have a car at the same time. Turk 0W0, nice to have you here from New Brunswick. Plasma Zombie, nice to have you here. ZY3WR, has anyone heard of the event? Yeah, the Gross on Board event. That is a yearly event which is a greetings type show. And this on board December 2025. So this is the broadcast information here from the Shortwave Listening Post. It will be broadcast on December the 24th between 18 and 21 UTC. So this is a broadcast which is Greetings on Board program, a broadcast of messages for families in Germany to loved ones serving at sea. It's, of course, a tradition stretching back to 1953. So this is to help connect crews that are on merchant ships, research vessels, naval ships. And here's the frequencies that it's going to go on. I will be listening. I listen to that every year. It's mostly German, but it does have some English parts and English IDs. So if you guys want to check out and listen to that, here's the info from the Shortwave listening blog, actually. Plasma Zombie, do you take QSY requests? Yeah, if it's possible for me to hear something, yes. Absolutely. But it depends what frequency you're going to ask, because sometimes people ask some frequency that here at this time is not going to be very interesting. So it depends what frequency you want me to tune around. But yeah, I will go to some of the frequencies that people ask me. Pokimepikak. Okay. Nice to have you on board. He's a high schooler from Turkey. Wonder what the questions are like in the amateur radio license exams, if you have those in the U.S. Yeah. I'm from Canada. I'm from Montreal, Quebec, Canada. But around the world, most of the questions bank are very similar. And they have to do mostly with the radio regulations, worldwide radio regulations, the ones in your country, technical stuff like, operating your radio, antennas, knowing a little bit of electronics, and of course operations of the amateur band, and knowing where and how and what you can operate. And depending on the country where you are, well, there are different levels. And that's very unique to different countries. Here in Canada, we've got pretty much 2 levels. Well, 3 levels if you calculate depending on your score. So there's a basic level, which doesn't give you HF capability. There's a second level where I am, which is basic with honors. I have all HF capabilities. And there's the higher end advanced level where you have to pass another exam. But depending on the country where you are, these levels could be very different and give you also different access of different frequencies. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Trick Schreiber. What else do we have? JD Dakota says, how much does the new Shoyang cost? On their website, it's 119 US. 119 US. So, yeah, well, actually, I'm very close. I'm pretty close to Monticello, Maine, technically. So, very often, 9330 jumps over me. I'm in that zone where it's in the skip zone, but today it seems to be maybe the skip is shorter. So it's 119 I saw for. Let me check it out here again. For the Shoyang WT2 it was 119 US, I believe. Shoyang WT2. And if I go to the Shoyang page itself, Shoyang radios, there we go, yeah, multifunctional. Yeah, 119 US dollars. It's an advanced multifunctional WT2 walkie-talkie, that's how they call it, because it does have a push-to-talk button on the side for the UHF transmission part, like if you can use it on the amateur bands and the 70 centimeter amateur bands. And, of course, it has these global talk groups that you can access. So it's kind of interesting. And, of course, has push-to-talk over cellular and Wi-Fi and all of that. It's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting little device. It's 119 on their website, 119 US dollars. Robert Cross finally got his computer built. Pretty cool. Hope it's working well. Kamikaze76, thank you so much for the tip. What else do we have? What do we have? Yeah, it's a very cool little handheld. Definitely interesting device. Interesting device. So, Old Radio says that after his Grace Digital Radio stopped working, it will be a great replacement. It's very portable, very small. Streaming works great. I've been streaming tons of streams and rarely have any issues on it. The voice search is great. It's so easy to search for whatever stream you'd like to have or a podcast. Very, very nice. So, Kevin Michael wants me to send that snow where you are. Well, I don't know if it's possible, though. And what else do we... what else do we have? What else do we have? Blogger Dice says it's 119 also the price on Amazon US, so that's great. That's great. Brian Leesner, the eSIM option is wild. I use my LC90 outside and independent of the phone. Yep. Wired Dave, wife having a women's event at the house this weekend, so I'm in the hotel. Too much noise for shortwave listening, so I'm playing around with SDR console, connecting to other users' remote servers. And of course, you can also use the Kiwi SDRs online and have fun with that too. So that is, these are options. I often do that when I go somewhere and I'm stuck out of town somewhere where there's like nothing. Often I will actually use my phone and connect to some Kiwi SDRs and tune around and see what's on the bands in different parts. I like that. Don Royal, Uniden SDS 150, first batch all sold out. Next batch will start shipping in January. That's crazy. That is crazy. That thing is like 1,400 Canadian dollars. It's just crazy. Sailor Cap, nice to have you here from Denmark. N3WER, Ham Radio Elmer, nice to have you on board. Pirate 11 meters, yep. RJ Dakota, it's very white, too cold for me, and I lived in the Midwest. Yeah, you know, it also, I understand, you know, as you get older, it's different. I love winter. I'm 56. You know, when there's ice and all of that, I'm a little more careful than I used to be, because it's not like when you're 18 years old. But I still enjoy. But as you get older, all the people around me that are older than me are like all like, yeah, I wish I could go somewhere else during the winter and come back when summer's here or in the spring or something, for sure. Ryan Jacob, nice to have you here from Lake Charles, where it's 78 degrees in Louisiana. KI5 GZO, nice to have you on board. Kev Michael has some marine band transmissions from Australia on 27.864. RJ Dakota Boulevard beer from KC is actually a wheat-based beer and has the same cloudy orange color to it. I used to work at a bar and tried several of the beers that were sold. Yeah, there's a few. It does resemble a Blue Moon, absolutely, with that color. Definitely. NMRT 6053, thank you so much for the tip. Waiting for some snow in southeast Pennsylvania, so welcome aboard. Iman O'Doherty, nice to have you on board. And hope you are well, my friend. What else do we have? Yeah, Blue Moon. It does definitely look like Blue Moon. Ryan Jacob, I still use incandescent Christmas lights due to noise by LEDs on HF. Yeah, you have to be careful. I have more and more LED sets, but I am very careful in choosing which ones. I also noticed one thing about the LED sets. It's that if you use the ones that the string is very long, in general, they use the same idea that the incandescent bulbs use. So what happens is that each bulb is in series and it makes up to a total of 110 volts or 120 volts. Those don't usually make a lot of money. Those, a lot of noise. I don't know why. A lot of money. I got distracted by something and it's like a lot of noise. And what happens is they because of the way they are, they don't have any little electronic circuit. They just have a diode to kind of regulate the stuff, but it's just works like that. When they are smaller sets, sometimes they use some little circuit board that will kind of create it like a kind of a switching power supply, and those are noisy. But you have to try different brands. Some are noisy, some aren't. The ones that tend to be noisier are the ones that create patterns. If you have those that create all sorts of patterns, those usually are crazy noisy. There's one that I have in the living room. When I turn it on the radio, I can tell you what pattern it's actually doing by the type of noise that I get. So it gives you an idea. So what do we have? 10% off on Amazon right now, so it makes it a little less expensive. And you can save 17% on 2 select items from Shoyoung. So, yeah, those famous skip zones. Yeah, GMAC, you have to use a micro SD card or what they call a TF card to update the firmware. You will require that, yes. Kevin Michael has airport comms on 11282. Fired up the Texan PL990. RJ Dakota would rather have a radio to receive favorite internet radio stations. With my phone, too much time and power are involved since my phone is so old. Yeah, that radio does it all and does it well. So it's like, and it's independent. Don Royal, yeah, in the US 950, but in Canada it's like it's with taxes and shipping and everything. That thing is like 1,700 Canadian. Way too expensive for what it is, personally. Even at 950, I mean, it's a nice device, but you got to remember that device won't do much in 5 or 10 years from now because the technologies will have changed. But it is fun, and if you have the money for it and want to, play with that, it's cool. These are cool devices, for sure. Blugger using his WOW antenna. I like that. WOW. Wire out the window. What antenna are you using? Oh, I'm using a WOW antenna. So one guy on 27555 saying that we're great people in Canada. So I guess he wants to tell everybody that... I'm going to check out the email for a second because I just thought about the fact that I always forget about that. So Brian Leisner, thank you so much for donation. Richard Myers, thank you so much for the donation. Blogger thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. So thanks, guys. Also, yeah, Sue, anybody from the Shortwave group saying hello? Because it happens regularly and I miss out on the people that do say hello. So for now, nobody else. So, that's good. That's pretty good. And, we'll just do a little something here, because I don't know why. Yeah, okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. All right. All right. Here we go. So I got a little distracted. Sorry, guys, because I got... Somebody on 27555 from the U.S. is actually trying to speak his best French possible right now. What else do we have? Let's go. Okay. So, Blogger Dice fired up is RTL SDR V4. I need to get my V3 out. I haven't used it in such a long time. And I need to use it. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board. All hail, Paul. Nice to have you on board. By the way, as my caregiving duties, I had to go yesterday with my friend to the hospital to get, he got a PET scan just to make sure he doesn't have cancer. And, they give you that radioactive, they inject you with that radioactive stuff to do the PET scan. And of course, I got my little Geiger counter here. And you guys, I was so amazed at how radioactive you are when you actually get that. After the test, after 2 hours of coming back, I took my Geiger counter, put it next to him, and it was registering at 200 microsieverts per hour. And I had to try it. He peed in a pot, and I put it next to the pee, and it was registering at 400 microsieverts per hour, about 2 hours, 3 hours after the injection. For the first time ever, my Geiger counter actually sounded an alarm saying something's not right. So that impressed me. And with the little ticks that it does, like the Geiger counters do, I had the impression of being in an episode of Chernobyl. It was very impressive. And the funny part, it really goes away fast. Because this morning, I put the Geiger counter next to him, and it didn't register anything. The radioactivity is already gone. The half-life of that product is like 2 hours. And so already this morning, my Geiger counter couldn't detect it anymore. But boy, was it impressive to see. JMac, do you need Wi-Fi on the WT2 radio, or does it come with it? So you need either Wi-Fi, or there's a thing called eSIM, where if you have the proper tools to use it, you can actually have the streaming capability through an eSIM capability. What else do we have? Mike B says, I'm getting a Texan PL 880 next week. Started with the D109 WB, now with the PL 330. Looking forward to a better speaker, no soft muting, and easier tuning. Cool. Cool. Don Royal, yeah, radio prices have gone up terribly. Absolutely. Absolutely. Blogger Dice says the PL 880 speaker, the best he's heard. Sailor Caps is myself is enjoying a beer and some homegrown grass. David P. Miller, have you ever reviewed Tivoli PAL radio, AM, FM, Bluetooth? Amazon has one for $90 right now. I have not the Tivoli itself. I'm just gonna check if it's the one that I think of. Tivoli BT and yeah, it's an equivalent to the St. Jean's, but they technically have really good audio for the most part. And with a nice wooden cabinet to him. But I've never reviewed one or used one. But from what I've heard, they're pretty interesting, pretty nice. But they're quite expensive. But at $90, it's not too bad of a deal, actually. So kind of interesting to check that out, maybe. But they are, because there's another one from Tivoli that is nice, and it actually is technically made by Shoyun, but put under the Tivoli branding, and that I have one here, which is a Shoyun R1, and I love the audio, I love the radio itself, the finish, the best looking old style radio that I've ever seen. So and it sounds great, has Bluetooth and all. It's pretty cool. And that one has shortwave on it. Kev Michael, 1170 kilohertz, LRA 29, San Luis, Argentina. Okay, pretty cool. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Dundee, Scotland. Alan Willie, nice to have you here from Newfoundland. It's nice to have you on board. What else do we have? Brad Shaver says everybody hit the like button. And Blogger Dice saw a video once where a fellow was detained entering the U.S. from Canada because of the radiation from his scan. Yeah, yep. I'm not surprised, because I was very, very amazed at the radioactivity that was detected. You know, I was expecting, okay, I'm going to put it next to him, and it's going to be like a little higher. No, it's like my Geiger counter went completely wild and started sounding the alarm. I was like, whoa, okay, that's more than I expected. That's really more than I was expecting. Tristan, I was a little bored last night and went on Kiwi and listened to 7200 lower sideband. Yeah, pretty wild group. Well, let's call it like that. Different Gear TV, nice to have you here. And Kev Michael, did you ever get VOA Tinian on 5890 kilohertz? I have a QSL card from 2008. Not on that frequency, but I did hear over time. I did hear VOA on that transmitter site several times, but I've never actually got a QSL card from the actual transmitter site, or that mentions that transmitter site. I have, I think, 3 QSLs from VOA here. One is specific to the Delano, California transmitter site. One is the Greenville transmitter site. And what's the other one? I'm trying to remember. The other one is like more of a general VOA card, not mentioning anything on the transmitter site. So this is kind of interesting. I wish I would have QSL'd more of these older, the different transmitter sites and the stations that, there was this time where it was a thing to QSL every BBC transmitter site, and you'd get a QSL from the transmitter site, like, Ascension Islands and so on, directly, and that was cool. But there was so much. As much as, because we get it all the time, people telling me, oh, well, you're lucky you were in that time where you had, all of those shortwave stations and everything. And yeah, okay, yes, absolutely. But at the same time, I have the impression that I missed out on so much of what was possible at the time. Things that I didn't know, things I didn't hear. To give you an idea, I started listening in '82. Probably heard my first pirate radio station in like 1990 by accident. And part of it is due to also the fact that I didn't have that grade of equipment. And there's a lot of stuff that I missed out because of that. So the first, year and a half, Realistic DX100, I, just get the strongest stuff that was out there, the strongest signals. And SSB was so bad that I barely tuned SSB with it. It did improve when I got the Radio Shack DX302, but the Radio Shack DX302, in a crowded band, didn't perform well. I noticed it didn't perform well for the first time when I tried to get, back in the day, Radio New Zealand was 7.5 kilowatts only. It was not the powerful 100 kilowatt transmitters of today. So back in the day, what happened is I tuned tried to tune Radio New Zealand in the morning on 6100. I believe is the frequency. I'm not sure if it's exactly 6100, but it was the 49 meter band. And what happened is I could hear the interval signal when it turned on, and suddenly I'd lose it. And I didn't know why at first, until I noticed that every time a powerful station would sign on the 49 meter band, the performance of the radio was degrading to a point where it wasn't good anymore. So when I was losing it, I noticed that Radio Canada International was signing on the 49 meter band like at 12 UTC in the morning, which is the morning here in Montreal. And that was always when I would lose Radio New Zealand. The only time I did my reception report for Radio New Zealand that I was able, there was a problem at the RCI, the Sackville transmitter site. And that morning, RCI came on 20 minutes late. And that 20 minutes gave me the time to do a reception report. But that's where I noticed, wow, this radio isn't that great, actually. It overloads terribly and desensitized. So it wasn't until I got the Kenwood R5000 later on that I really had something that was good to tune around. So it's, you got to cope with it, and you got to be like, well, okay, that's what you had, and that's what happened, and that's it. And but I missed out on a lot of stuff that I could have heard if I had a little more knowledge and a better radio. But look, I I had what I had, and I used what I used, and you can't complain about that. That's the way it is. I wish I had what I have today, the SDRs and everything, and could go back in time to that period. Man, the stuff that I missed that I would probably hear, that would be amazing. But I enjoyed some of the cool stuff from the day too. I mean, that time when we could hear international calls from the marine, from boats at sea in the marine bands. That was kind of cool, actually. Hearing your all these different ship to shore phone calls that was just cool. That was just really, really hot. But that's the I was in a good period, and thank God also at the same time, because if I didn't have really good radios, a DX100 today would be, I don't hear anything, or very little, and maybe I would not have continued listening to the radio. So yeah. Different Gear TV recently picked up an old President Lincoln 10-meter radio from 1990. I think it seems to work fine, but is it worth getting it recapped or leave it alone? If it seems to work well, leave it alone. I'd leave it alone. It might not be that bad, actually, especially from 1990. I mean, it's 30 years, a little more than 30 years old, but I would leave it alone, because unless you got it done or if you do it yourself and you want to take the time to do it. But, if you have one of the best ways to see how it has kind of changed over time is, key it up on a frequency and use a frequency counter. How off is it on its channels? That tells you, if it's really off by a lot, a couple of kilohertz, well, yeah, maybe some of those caps have kind of changed value over time. Tubro Tim, the best antenna for shortwave, 50-foot copper wire. Yeah, it all depends on the noise around you. If you have a lot of noise, a wire is a problem because you're receiving just the noise. And you might need something else, and that's where, people use a magnetic loop like the MLA30, or in my case now, the Shibo GA490 is pretty good. But it doesn't replace, and I've always noticed that if you're capable of getting a long enough wire outdoors, it always performs better than those loops. But in some cases, when the noise is too high, the only thing that will work is a magnetic loop. And then, an MLA30. For a lot of people, the MLA30 saved their hobby because a wire just wasn't working. So it all depends on the noise around you. That is what's going to dictate, a wire or not. If you look at it here, I'm using a wire on the Yaesu. I'm using the magnetic loop on the ICOM and on the SDRs. The magnetic loop in the lower frequencies here definitely is a gazillion times better than my antenna on the Yaesu, which is an end-fed, which is a wire. It's a piece of wire, and it's like 60 or 70 feet long. But on the higher frequencies, it actually is better on that than it is on the magnetic loop. So I'm kind of glad to have both, because depending on the frequency I'm listening to, I know which one will be better. and get me some of the signals. For example, I'll hear pirates on the ICOM on on the 43, 42 meter band, just below 7 megahertz, that I can't receive at all here with that in-fed antenna. GMAC, what's the best, PL880 and PL680? If you've got the money, and if if I had the money to go and fetch out one of those, I'd go on the PL880 probably, for several reasons, including the tuning. But honestly, both are pretty good radios. But I'd probably jump on the PL880 if I have the money. If you want to save money, buying a PL680, you're still going to get a great radio. And you got extra money in your pocket. You know. Kev Michael just got the Philips SBT 300 made in Holland from the 90s. Sound effects is great. RJ Dakota, yes, it used to be quite a thing to receive. Radio New Zealand also used to get the 25 kilowatt from Tahiti on 15170 11825. Yeah, that I remember getting. 15170 was the one I was getting at night on the Radio Shack DX302. Gardening, gang, grafting. The best TF radio. I can't really answer that one. I don't have enough of them. You know, I will have 3 radios that have a TEF chip in them. One I'm still waiting for, and the 2 others, well, the Quartersen DX286 and the Shoyang WT2 that I got here. One thing for sure is that TEF chip is pretty good, as performance with the radios is amazing. I guess if you want to have something that also will give you the capability of single sideband, is getting one of those that has the TEF chip, but also the silicon integrated chip to add single sideband capability. So if that is important for you, SSB is important. Having the radio with the kind of the dual chips would probably be the best. So yeah, I'm just gonna show you the outside right now. This is what's happening with the snow. We are. I miss them decorating their house. They used to the little house on the right of the building. They used to decorate with a lot of Christmas stuff. And it was kind of cute. They don't decorate anymore, unfortunately. That little house, kind of just right to the middle of the screen, near the big trees. So looks cold. I'm going to check out something here. Looking at Vietnam 11885. Vietnam 11885 is not very strong right now. So it's not as good as it was last week and the weeks before. George Patrick, nice to have you on board, George, from Maryville, Tennessee. using a Texan PL660 and an added ground wire and a ferrite bead for ground source noise. Nice to have you here. Yep, the showing manual. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. It comes with a very, very basic manual in the box. And it is pretty much what, I guess, what you see here in terms of what the manual is and what it does. So, yeah. So thanks for sharing. What else do we have? Okay. I would say that in terms of sensitivity, I'm pretty sure they're pretty much the same. Very close. Kodaseng is great. The Deep Elect, well, I'm going to have the DP666 at some point, so I'll be able to check that out, but but you know, I put those radios in different categories because of what they are. Wire, Dave, is there's a perfect length of wire for HF? Usually it depends on the frequency you're tuning to, just like RJ Dakota says. You could, you know, if you want to make a dipole, things like that, which resonate on specific frequencies, if you have the space for multiple antennas, technically that is the best. But there's a rule. When you have only space for one and only one, the general rule will always be just put it as long as you can, and it's fine. That's really the general rule for just one. If you are capable of one wire in a direction, as long as you can, and just leave it like that. But yeah, definitely there's, because of the radio signals, frequencies have wavelengths. That's why some radios have, old radios, if you look at the dial, a lot of them have meter bands on them rather than frequencies, or will have both. Because there is a wavelength. Each frequency has a certain wavelength, and that will be where you're going to decide what length your antenna is, your wire is going to be. And usually it's the length in meters will be something like 300 divided by the frequency in megahertz is going to tell you pretty much how long the antenna should be. And so that there are formulas to calculate that. But like I said, if you have only one, just the longest you can put it up is the general rule. RJ Dakota is amazed by the performance of the Kodaseng DX286. Black Eyes, what city? Where I am located? I'm in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. What else do we have? I have the Kodaseng, and it's just an amazing little portable. I'm going to tell you that. Ken Michael has weak signals below 20. Let's check out I haven't checked out the so the K index is at 3, which isn't the best. And solar flux has gone down to 135. So with a K index of 3, that's where I'm not surprised that Vietnam isn't very strong, since it has to go through the North Pole to reach here. With a K index of 3, the North Pole probably has some attenuation of the signals. going on. So, but the 25 meter band seems to be interesting right now. Maybe we could just check out and tune it a little bit, see what's there. I haven't checked 25 megahertz for. You see, I'm not getting WWV on 25 now. Oh, it is there, very weak. I hear it weak, very weak. Not very weak on 20. It's there on 15, not very strong. It's barely making it on 10. So most WWV frequencies are not that great, though. We could see here that the 31 meter band also seems to be alive with signals. So maybe we're going to tune a little bit and see what's there. What else do we have? Wire Dave been using the K480 WLA loop, which does great, but wanting to find something to pull in those weak utility stations abroad. The best is if you can't put a wire out there and it's not too much noise, it might be good. But also do check out propagation and the perfect time to hear these stations also. Jim Gordon, yeah. I even the BBC. I remember the BBC, or even Radio Moscow. You got to remember when sometimes Radio Moscow, instead of giving out the frequencies, all they said were, "We're now broadcasting on the 16, 19, 22, 25, 31, 49 meter bands." It's like, yeah, okay. So, as we have Brian Leesner, 25 megahertz WWV, fading a bit, but constant where he is. So, pretty cool. Kevin Michael, do you get Shortwave Radio Australia on 2310, 4890? Not here. I've never heard a station, a broadcast station of any kind on the 120 meter band. Old radios. Guess who's getting a WT2 Wednesday? Well, you're going to have fun. Great little portable. Have fun with that. 54 cal, 6030 Radio Romania French, 12030 Radio Exterior España. Let's check out 12030 here. Yeah, Spain isn't bad at all on 12030. And if I would try 6030, it'd be here. It's there, but it's in the noise here. A lot of noise on 49 meters. Let's go check the Pirates. I'm gonna put myself in sideband. Oops, that 7.0. There you go, check Pirates. Nothing here on the pirate bands right now. And if I look at the old, Westinghouse International here, it has the frequencies in megahertz, and below the dial is the meter bands. And so it tells me, and it tells me where what is what also, which is kind of interesting. So 12030 is coming in, and Blagadice says, is the Shoyang WT2 legal for GMRS use? That is a good question. I am not sure. Radio Martin 11930. Radio Martin 11860. Brazil coming in pretty well right now, 11780. Eleven 610 is Madagascar World Voice. So that's pretty far away. That one comes in very well. Man, that transmitter site in Madagascar is amazing when they're sending out their signals through Africa. We always get those real well over here. So, Blogger Die, technically, I have the legal status of the WT2 is kind of difficult to assert in terms of that transmitter on a UHF range. You know, it transmits, so it transmits on the ham bands. So technically, there was a requirement that you should have an amateur license to own it, and that should be verified at purchase. So this is kind of weird, you know. It's kind of weird to assess. You know, it's kind of possibly not legal. I'll focus on the other aspects of the receiver, shortwave receiving, stuff like that. The internet walkie-talkie capabilities and things like that, rather than other functionalities, basically. But I don't have to talk about it because I'm not required. They sent me this as a Christmas gift without really asking much about it, but knowing that I might talk about it a little bit. So, you know. Kev Michael, I think the Grundy Satellite 800 is my best shortwave. The Kev Michael's 25 in 15 week, 10 and 5 is out. Mike B, 11930, 11860 in Southwest Colorado. Black Eyes, I'm in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Kev Michael, yep, BBC 5975. That was, you know, that was from the Antigua relay station in the Caribbean. That was coming in so well back in the day. 54 Cal says 6030 isn't back in English, Romania. At night in the East Coast, Romania remains almost impossible to hear this winter. I wish they would use a 41 meter band frequency for their broadcast at 0 hours, because it's really not coming in well. One of the worst winters for Radio Romania in a long time. Joseph, nice to have you here from the San Francisco coast. Looking forward to tuning around with my Texan, Kiwis DRs, and Bearcats. All the fun. Cool. Welcome aboard. And it's nice to have all of you here. Just a quick reminder for all of those that enjoy what I do and are here every Saturday and have fun. We have the super chat where you can give me a little something here with the little dollar bill sign, and you can of course donate whatever amount you want. And of course, there's also the pizza fund to make sure that I don't die of starvation. Cat treats to make sure Paul the cat is fine and well through PayPal at the PayPal address that is here. If you use official shortwave radio at gmail.com, it also works for PayPal. It kind of sends all of it to the same spot. So that's just want to thank everybody. Don't forget that anybody that donates through one or the other, it's going to be Santa's going to be giving away in 2 weeks 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships for a year, and also there will be a surprise box that will be given, and I hope that you enjoy that. It will have a lot of little goodies of all sorts that I will kind of put in there, and hope that you enjoy. And as I did earlier, just going to show you guys one of the things that are going to be in that surprise box. CountyCom GP7 SSB will be in that surprise box. So you'll have a nice little shortwave radio here. So whoever wins it, I think you're going to have fun with what's in the box. And it's not just radio related. It could be just related to, it'd be related to radio. It could be related to some Montreal, Quebec, Canada goodies, souvenirs, things to taste. Who knows? It's all going to be in there. So, what else do we have? So, Jim Gordon says, anyone remember listening to Radio Netherlands Madagascar Relay? They used to broadcast to Europe in the summer. Yep, remember that. Radio Netherlands from the Madagascar Relay. Yeah, absolutely. That was great. Anonet78, will you do the live stream on the 24th of December? No, on 24th, I will be enjoying some moments with family and friends. So it won't be on the 24th. It will be on the Saturday. The Christmas show is actually going to be on the Sunday. Last week I said Saturday the 27th. It's Sunday the 28th that the Christmas show is going to happen. Because on the 27th, I'll be at my nephew for a Christmas party. So the Christmas show will be on the 28th. So Santa is going to be there. He's going to be relaxed because he's going to have all the Christmas gifts are going to be, distributed. So just put that on your calendar. And he will be, of course, choosing who's the winners of the CIDX memberships and the surprise box that's going to come up. So, what else do we have? Wire Dave, thank you so much for the donation for the pizza fund and treats for Paul. Michael 11780 week. 54 Cal 13089 USB, a U.S. Coast Guard Guam. What time is it now? It's 21:30. It could be U.S. Coast Guard from Chesapeake, Virginia. Yeah, I'm hearing it. It's the Chesapeake, Virginia one.
30 knots. Seas 7 to 12 feet. Tuesday. West to northwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Becoming west 10 to 15 knots. Seas 6 to 11 feet.
Yeah, that's Chesapeake, Virginia. Coast Guard. At this time, because if I look at the schedules here, the Guam transmits from well, 2130 to 2215. So it is transmitting also at this time. But the one that we're hearing here, I'm hearing it here at least, is the Chesapeake, Virginia one, which is also 2130 to 2230. So they do identify though. So if you hear them, they're gonna say if they're Chesapeake, Virginia, or Guam or whatever. But this one is what I'm hearing is Chesapeake, Virginia. So which means if we could, if we want to check it out, 13089.
Gale warning. Tonight. Southwest winds 15 to 25 knots. Becoming
8764 is coming in well.
west to northwest 5 to 15 knots. Seas 3 to 6 feet. Sunday. North to northwest winds 10 to 20 knots.
Extremely weak on 6501. Let's compare it with the loop, magnetic loop. 6.501. You know when I say there's a difference between the loop on lower frequencies? This is the magnetic loop in my backyard with Chesapeake, Virginia on 6501. I barely can hear it in the noise. But look at the GA490 magnetic loop on 6501.
15 to 25 knots, diminishing to 10 to 15 knots. Seas 6 to 11 feet. Tuesday night.
So you guys could see the huge difference between both. And it has to do simply with the fact that my magnetic loop has less noise than my end-fed antenna. Because if you take the noise out, I would be receiving it on the end-fed antenna because I hear it and the noise floor is at S9. Look how high my noise floor is. Crazy high here. Crazy high on 6501. And that means that technically if you get the noise out, I'd be receiving it better than on the ICOM. Better than on the ICOM, simply because the problem is the noise. Really the noise. I'm getting so much noise that it's just washing it out. So this is where having both is great because it makes me hear the lower frequencies on the ICOM and I get the higher frequencies better on the Yaesu with the end-fed. So I'm happy to have both antennas. So like that, I don't miss out on too much of the signals. But the fact is a fact that, unfortunately, the noise floor here has been creeping up slowly every single year. I have more noise now than I had last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago here than I had. You know, if you go to previous live shows, probably we could, you know, if in signals that we tune around, I might probably be able to see a pattern. One such pattern that I do see, and it's kind of one of my signals that I compare the reception on all the time, is CFRX on 6070 on the 49 meter band. When I got the MLA30, I was happy to see that it came back as, you know, I could hear it during the daytime because 6070 CFRX was a pretty good receive here in the daytime, pretty much all afternoon. And now I barely hear it. I could not, you know, I used to listen to programs and listen to it and understand and hear what they're saying, when now 6070 is so noisy that I could not follow on any of the different programs at any time of day. The only time that I actually have maybe a little bit of luck with CFRX is when when it actually skips, like the skip gets shorter at night sometimes, just like WBCQ, and that actually gives me the possibility to hear it, because when the skip is shorter, I do have that capability of hearing it better. But that's an exception to the rule. So that's the way it is. Noise floor is unfortunately creeping up, and it is really sad that it's going like that. Unfortunately, it really removes a lot of the stuff that I used to hear before. So what else do we have? So Kevin Michael, you should be hearing the one in Guam better, because where you are in the Pacific, you should be getting Guam actually rather than Chesapeake, Virginia, if they are broadcasting at the same time. And I have to check a Kiwi SDR in the Pacific Ocean to see. So what else do we have? RJ Dakota, Radio Netherlands had different interval signals for different services. Yeah, like the BBC, they had a few different interval signals depending on the language, the transmitter site, so on. They had the one which was like the V in Morse code, kind of like with the da da da. And there was and there was quite a few others. There was the bells all the time. That's the one I hear lately. If I hear one, it's almost always the bells. Brian Leisner has 8764, like it's next door. Mike B has 8764 strong in Southwest Colorado. Anon78 says got all his grandkids a shortwave radio this year from Santa. Well, maybe he'll turn some of them into more, modern shortwave listeners. Who knows? Who knows? RJ Dakota 8764 USB listenable even in my basement. Something I only seldom try. Joseph 6501 coming in strong to San Francisco coast via the Texan PL 680 and MLA 30 plus on the roof. Cool. Craig Martinetti is in a coffee shop closing at 5, so take care, my friend. See you next Saturday. Hope you take care. Hope you take care. Curtis Gump has the modified SDR V5 software-defined radio, reception, sensitivity, selectivity. Not owning one, I don't really know, but it seems from what I see and from what I read, seems to be quite good. So, yeah, there's like these TEF 6686 radios, like they're pumping out tons and tons of them suddenly. I don't know, somebody, it's like the first one, like the Quota Center, I don't know, somebody started a trend and all of these radios now want to do that. The only thing is, if it's not paired with another chip, they don't have single sideband, so you've got to be careful when you're choosing which one you want to make sure that it will do what you want. It will have single sideband and all of that. I got a question through email that this week where there's a the guy got a CB radio, and he's his name is Jeffrey. Let me just check it out here. So Jeffrey, he's got a found a CB radio, and he's tuning around. He's located in Kentucky, in the United States, and he says, "I don't hear much. Is it normal? Is the radio dead? Is there some activity?" And he ends the message saying that he watches the Saturday Live show almost every week. So, and ends with thanks for everything you do. Yeah, so CB radio, I think, has a lot of, it depends a lot on where you are. Depends a lot on where you are. CB radio could be amazing. CB radio could be very quiet. It also might require you to be able to hear a little more, a little better, get a better antenna, or and all of that. One thing for sure, I kind of think that if you do get a CB radio, or if you have one and you're wondering, in the daytime, right now in the daytime in the Northern Hemisphere, you should be hearing a lot of activity like on channel 6 on your CB radio, because that's the Super Bowl channel, and in winter, and we're in winter, the solar activity is pretty high. So in the daytime, there's always something on channel 6. So I think that's the one to try. If you hear stuff on channel 6, your setup probably isn't too bad. But it all comes to a lot of little things. Here in Montreal, for example, I've got the 980, the Bearcat Uniden 980 SSB. There's a little bit of activity. There's isn't that great. I mean, in the daytime, if you tune around, you might not hear a lot. Here, where it gets more active is at nighttime. There's like two gangs that hang on channels. One is channel 16, lower sideband. They seem to be a gang hanging around regularly. The most active one that I see is channel 20, upper sideband. That channel 20 upper sideband, they have a Friday night net called the Howls Net, and they're there every week, and they are kind of outside of the city of Montreal. They're north of me, and I was able to make contact once with them using that in a small mobile antenna on my metal shed in the backyard. They're obviously using modified ham equipment with more power than should be used, but they are definitely there. But what I just mentioned is two groups in single sideband. So if your CB radio doesn't have single sideband, you might be cutting yourself from a lot of the fun. And so that's one thing to consider. For the rest, yeah, it might be very quiet. There are places where CB radio is dead, literally. And there are places where CB radio still has somewhat of activity. There's a few things that are, interesting, is that you should tune around. Check out the channel 10 for, like, truckers and stuff. Channel 19 also. Check for skip. Channel 6, 11, 26 are often some of the, for AM mode, are pretty good. If you have single sideband capability, try channel 38 lower. That's a pretty popular one. That might bring you something, but in the daytime mostly. In the summertime also, when there's sporadic E-skip happening. And, for the rest, yeah, it might be very quiet. But if you hear nothing, 24 hours, I would investigate either the radio or what antenna you're using. Because in the daytime, the skip is there, and it's easy to receive on pretty much anything. So check that out. What else do we have? Dakota, fun fact, the three gongs in the BBC broadcast correspond to the notes BBC. So cool. Brian Leisner says, "Yeah, you got to be careful with some of these. A lot of these radios are kind of very, how should we say, experimental. Quality does vary." Kevin Michael, is the NMC Point Reyes, California still using voice on 8764 and 13089? I've not got anything from that station. Yeah, they are. I hear them sometimes. Their schedule, so Point Reyes should be on. You actually should be hearing Point Reyes, California on 13089 at 22:30. So in 40 minutes from now, 22:30 UTC is when they're going to have a broadcast. And that also means 17314 at 22:30. We're going to try that one. I don't know with all the darkness now in North America, but I will try that one. 17314 at 22:30 will be interesting to test out. See if I can hear it in Montreal. That'd be a good test. And 13089 also could be an interesting test. 22:30. So we're gonna try that out at 22:30 when Chesapeake, Virginia signs off. Is definitely going to be interesting to check out. We have in 7 minutes a CW station from Moscow, where St. Petersburg, Russia. If you guys want to try it, it's our usual Saturday. Let's tune the spy number stations from Russia in Morse code. So 6897 CW. Well, 6897 CW. I have no idea if I'll be hearing it, but we'll try it. 6897. And here, let's try 8764 again.
Forecaster Holly, Ocean Prediction Center, POC from on-duty officers.
Pretty good signal. 8764 for the Chesapeake, Virginia weather. So in 6 minutes we have 6897 CW or 6896 upper sideband. If you don't have CW, we'll try that. What else do we have? GMAC is 17790, which is coming out of WRMI in Florida. Carl Icon's got music on 6925. Let's go and check out if I can hear it. Not very far from the Pirate. Yep. So I'm getting a lot of some talk right now. 6925 Pirate. So 6925, definitely pirate radio station right now. If you guys want to try that. Definitely pirate activity on 6925 upper sideband. Black and Eye, those dual chip radios basically run on one chip at a time. You have to boot the other radio to switch. Yeah, that's basically what happens is when you get into single sideband, you switch to the other chip. And when you come back to AM mode for listening to broadcasts, you're going back to the TEF chip. Yep. Charles Williams, if you have an SDR on 27,000 kilohertz, you'll see some activity. GMAX says, boy, the C Crane, Skywave tune on, SSB picks up everything. It is a good radio. Kevin Michael, the noise is up in my Cave 2 in the low bands. Joseph, for CB, it's all about shooting skip with a lower sideband and often get Hawaii in Australia on the California coast. Yep, that will happen, absolutely. What else we have? RJ Dakota, CB is actually pretty dead here on a local basis, but I hear a lot out of towners on it. But it'd be interesting. You should tune the CB bands, RJ Dakota, but in single sideband only, and slowly tune around in different channels. You'd be surprised. What I've noticed is that AMers, CB AM mode, is very dead in general, except for the skip stuff and truckers and things like that. But single sideband CBers is where the stuff is still happening, even on the local area. And it's easy to miss out also, because when I got that Owl's Net, they've been going on for a long time. I mean, they have a Facebook page, a private Facebook page, which they invited me to. And I didn't know they existed. And it's really by accident. On a Friday night, around midnight, I decided, I was bored. I was like, okay, what radio thing could I do on a midnight on Friday that is going to be fun? And you know what? What came to mind? Plug that CB radio to your mobile antenna and take a spin, take a listen, and see what's out there. And I even called. I thought, I'm going to call. I'm going to actually go on some channels and call and see, is anybody out there? See if anybody's maybe not talking, they're maybe just listening. And that's where on channel 20 I heard something, and I was like, oh, look at that. There's people in channel 20. And I mean, they're a big gang. They had a Christmas dinner last year, and I guess they're doing it this year again. And that Christmas dinner had like 60 or 70 people show up, which means there's a lot more CBers that we might think there are. But it's a question of being there at the right time, on the right channel, and the right mode. You know, because when I see people telling me, well, you know, oh, that band's dead, or this is dead, or that is dead, the first thing I always think of is, how long did you tune the band? 5 minutes? That's not long enough to know if it's dead. 5 or 6 times, 5-10 minutes in a week, that's not long enough to know if it's dead. It's regular tunings and careful tunings of the frequencies, and you might be surprised at what you get. We got to be careful with that. I always say it, tuning radio, even shortwave, what is it like? It's take your time. Go slow at it. And this is where you get those little really interesting tidbits like that net that I found out. So, you know, it's a question. But yeah, there are definitely places that it's probably more dead than others for the local stuff. And then it's going to buy another CB for Christmas. I wish I never got rid of my old one. Just a Gump ADS-25 SSB radio claims it goes up to 30 megahertz. That is interesting, like full band receiver. Do you have any idea our reception is on this radio? The ATS-25 I got one of the original ATS 25s, and it is surprisingly good. It's a fun little thing. But today there's all the new variants of it, which is even more interesting. Joseph getting something on 6925. So that's John Beckham. Great description of today's CB radio, as I enjoyed your thoughts on CB today. Kevin Michael getting 13089 Norfolk, Virginia via QE. No Guam station. Yep, 2230. In half an hour it should be there for the Point Reyes one. So that's going to be interesting to check out. Dan L1274 just placed a pre-order on a new ICOM 7300. NK2, happy Christmas to me. Cool. Great transceiver. Great transceiver. So not hearing 6897 CW, that's for sure. Kevin Michael, weird on 8764 and 13089, no NMC, Point Reyes, California, but Norfolk, Virginia is coming in California. So they're supposed to be on at 22:30, so in 30 minutes from now. Jim Gordon, this winter been using indoors my age but modified Sony 2001D to listen to the bands. CGTN on 17490 is a strong regular. Still missing VOA 15580 and Thailand 9920, both victims of VOA cuts. Yeah. I know. It's with Radio Pilipinas, it would have been nice. Would have been nice to see the same with the yeah. Would have been nice to come back. Eton E1. Blogadai. Eton E1 ever gets straightened out? Do you mean the new one, or like the new one with RDS and all of that? Those the more modern one. That one is probably dead in the water and probably even discontinued by now. I know some stores still sell them. I'm gonna check it out. I'm curious here. If I go at Radio World in Toronto, Canada here, Ethon receivers, Ethon. So, do they have Ethon products? They do. And they still have the Elite Satellite HD Deluxe receiver with SSB. It is now at $599. $200 less than it used to sell for. And I guess they're stuck with, it's in stock. I'm pretty sure they're stuck with the radios that nobody wants to buy. So it's interesting. They're selling the Elite Executive $249. And they have two Ethon weather radio. One at $59 and one at $99. So maybe it'd be worth waiting. That those Elite Satellite HD Deluxe receiver, which are they have no ratings. They have no ratings at all. I mean, I would have told the sale ends December 31st. So they're going to be back at 800 after that. Which it's not even worth that. They should have told Ethon, we're sending you the radios back. Honestly, a good radio store they should have been sending that back. It's so stupid to still have it. I'll tell you one thing. I should write to them and let them know. And we've never had that little portable which had a color screen which looked so cool. I wish I wish they would have made that one, and it would have been okay because it looked so cool to have. But you know what? I think that the latest Ethon, killed Ethon. That killed Ethon. We're never going to get a new Ethon receiver ever again. They got burned bad by that. They spent a lot of money, and the radios aren't selling because nobody's got one. I don't know of anyone that has one. Whoever had one, they returned it and said, I don't want to have that crap. So imagine, at the price that it sold for, how dumb and stupid can you be trying to, what, you're trying to fool people into buying a crappy radio? You should know that $1,000 radio or a $700 or $800 radio is not going to be purchased by a newbie. It's going to be purchased by some guy that knows what he's doing, thinking it must be good, and then he's going to play with it and say, oh, this is so bad. James Farley, with all the innovations with AI, could someone build a radio that would sample the noise factor and subtract it from the signal? Well, that's what SDRs are doing. There is a project online that uses AI to do it. I do think there could be, if a radio would have some really powerful AI capabilities, I think that's where AI could be extremely useful on the radio side of things, and seeing, okay, this is the signal, this is the noise, here's how we're going to cancel it out. It could be surprisingly effective, but it would be also an expensive radio. It's all a question of how much money you want to spend for a radio that does stuff. You know, I mean, the Yisu here has, it's not AI, but it has a noise, removal system. It does have, when I press here, I do have the digital noise system that kicks in. It's all right, but when everybody tells me, oh wow, this is such an amazing feature, it's not. It's a good feature. Amazing is not what I would call it. It's not what I would call it. And that's because, I'm sorry, there's a trade-off to using the digital noise removal. And it's, the audio quality isn't that great when you use it. Yeah, the noise is gone, but still the noise quality isn't, the audio quality isn't that great. And even sometimes I rather have, and many ham signals that I've actually contacted that were tough to hear, I ended up most of the time turning it off because it was easier to hear what he was saying with the regular noise background because of the audio than the noise reduction system in it. And there is a trade-off. At some point, that might get better. Like AI could be the thing that pushes that to the next level where it's really going to be good. So, you know. Jim Gordon, toasting you all in your absence with some Abbott Ale. I must get some Christmas ale for the next show. Yeah, you know what? You're getting Christmas ale. I'm going to try to find some Christmassy beer. And you know what? Some like beers, some have, other types of drinks, some have soda, whatever you have. Let's make it a little deal that next week, whatever you drink, tea, coffee, cola, find yourself a little something that's kind of either the drink itself or with your drink, your favorite drink, a little Christmas something with it. And I will do this. I will do that for next week, and I'll show you guys what I got. That could be kind of fun. So Ben here, nice to have you on board. Jerry Hart, Radio Florida, Madagascar, 11610. Old radios, I can't wait to fall asleep to streaming music on WT2. I did that with the Grace Digital Internet Radio until it was killed off in 2020. Oh, you were one of those that was killed off because of the aggregator that just shut down. Yeah. Yeah, nope. I think that the satellite HD is forget it. So I didn't hear also the CW. The next CW in 8 minutes is 7795. So let's try 7795 in a little more than 7 minutes time and see if we hear something. Older radios, apparently WT is being AI. The reason why it's AI, because it is using AI, old radios. When you use the voice search, it uses ChatGPT to search and find the streams that you're looking for. So that's why it's marketed as AI. And it's pretty darn good, I'm going to tell you. That will never happen because those chips are now, so this is what makes radios inexpensive. There will be no more analog radios per se, but they can still use that chip and make the radio tune better. There are examples. They're just more expensive. You know, Texan PL990. It uses the DSP chip. It's just that it uses that in a stage, and the radio itself is more like an analog PLL tuning. So, from what I see, James Farley, having dual antennas and diversity reception is very limited also. It can help, but I don't see anyone using it seriously most of the time. So I don't know. It's very interesting. What can we do about the noise and how we can remove it? It's also a question of having those capabilities. Like diversity. Okay, if you have the capability of having two antennas and there's these little black boxes like one that I use here, but nobody wants to do that. It's way too complicated and difficult to fine tune, and you got to get out two antennas instead of one. There will need to be a something that will make all of that work as you're using a radio and a simple antenna and everything. And I think AI could be that thing. Jim Gordon, there was the infamous very strong Santa Claus ale that made someone remark after drinking, "No wonder he fell down chimneys." Oh, God. Yeah, it's not in the radio, Blogger ID. What happens is when you press that button to search, voice search, you're actually searching through the internet from ChatGPT, and it brings back the result to the radio of the streams that you're going to tune. The AI isn't in the radio itself. It's really online. Old radios, I had satellite from 2003 to 2016. It was good in the early 2000s with portable streaming. It was harder to do, but no, I see no reason. So yeah, it's interesting. So 7795. Let's check out 7795. I'll try it on both radios. I'll try it here. Look at that, my eyes. My noise floor is so high, I have to put the radio's display really, really down. So 7795 in 3 minutes. Nice to have you here, Harold LB1NH in Norway. Nice to have you on board. James Farley, is that apartment complex across from you similar to yours? It is smaller. The apartments are smaller. This here is, the apartments are bigger on this side. Here it's 2 bedrooms. There's 1 bedroom. So they're not exactly the same in terms of how they are. So I'm better here than there. And you know, there's, because when I look at my noise sources, where they could come from here, one of the things I look at is, okay, where's everything? And one of the things is that on the south side, on that side here, I'm not very far from a series of businesses. There's a restaurant, there's a clothing store, there's some kind of organization. So that could be a problem for my noise in terms of I'm not that far away from the corner. I know that since the new neighbors moved into the house next door, the small house where it used to be an old 90-year-old lady living there, that my noise floor went up immediately. They renovated, they put everything new in there. That noise floor went up immediately when everything was renovated. So some of that noise is coming from that house, for sure. You know, the old lady, she lived like an old lady. She lived like she was in 1950 or 40 or something. She didn't have any fancy electronics, nothing, and all the stuff around the house was old. So, you know. It's not on yet, Blogger Die. It should be on in a minute, roughly a minute. For the CW. So, you know. Charles Williams, nice to have you here, says, is that the old ICOM ICR 8500 I remember from years ago? Yes, it is. Definitely is. It's on the GA490 loop, magnetic loop. So 7795. Can't say I'm hearing anything here. You know, it's funny because you hear stuff in the noise when you hear that noise all the time. And it's like, that it's easy to hear stuff in that noise when you just concentrate that is actually not there. Oh man, just funny. Just funny. So, okay. So, 54 cal M12 making the trip. So apparently it's there. Jim Gordon, what do you, Jill and others here feel is the worst source of QRM in their homes? Well, a lot of the modern technology we use, I think, is the big problem with the switching power supplies in them. So, but in my home, I mean, everything is noisy here. It's crazy. And I have the impression that the wiring in the house, you know, somebody in another apartment plugs a noisy piece of crap, all the wiring is like an antenna, and it just makes it worse everywhere. It's interesting because, if I go different rooms, of course, this room is my office. It has 1, 2, 3, 4 computers and a lot of 5 computers, sorry. And it has a lot of other types of technologies, chargers, all sorts of things. I mean, the amount of things plugged into the wall here is crazy. So I understand that this room is a lot of noise. That's why these radios are on outdoor antennas. This is as simple as that. Then I go to my living room. The living room is just the next room to this room, so it's kind of noisy, kind of because of this room anyways. And then you've got where I have the least amount of noise is in the kitchen. And the kitchen has nothing except, a fridge, the washing machine, the dryer, and the stove. Stove doesn't create any noise except the little clicks. It's a 20-year-old stove. The little clicks of when the heater for, the different elements turn on or off. But apart from that, it's not noisy. The fridge is not noisy. I have a dishwasher. I can't say that the dishwasher is necessarily noisy. The washing machine, maybe in the spin cycles, seems to create a little bit of noise, but overall the kitchen is the quietest room I have. And if I want to hear something with one of my portables, the first thing I'll do is go into the kitchen near the door or the window. And I know that's where I'm going to get the best reception of all. So, and I don't have the impression a lot of that noise comes from within here. I have the impression that a lot of the noise comes from other apartments. So it's, every time I get new neighbors, okay, what new noise am I going to get? What will I not, what will I have that I didn't have before? It's always a worry. And unless you can buy yourself a home that is in a piece of land that is everybody's far away, where now you'll have your own controlled environment that you can play with, it's very difficult. Anybody living in a condo complex, it's like an apartment complex. A condo complex is just that you bought your apartment instead of renting. It's the same thing. So if you live in a condo and it's a big condo complex, you don't just have your own noise. You have to deal with everybody else's noise from all the stuff they use. And so it becomes very, very difficult. And I can see why some people might say, well, you know what, I'm out of the hobby. It's just too noisy and too problematic, and I don't want to deal with that. I don't hear anything anymore. Added to the point where a lot of what we need to hear is weak. Yeah, I could see somebody getting a radio, and we have the knowledge. I mean, a lot of us have the knowledge of this. And somebody new does not. So if somebody new buys a radio and says, I don't hear anything, well, you probably have too much noise, but how can you explain that when none of that is, pretty much no manuals explain that there's noise and possibility that noise will prevent you from hearing stuff. you have no knowledge of all of this, it becomes very complicated. How do you explain that to people, and how do you deal with that? It's a big chunk of why we have people shifting away from the hobby, even from ham radio. I'm pretty sure a lot of the ham radio. I would be interested to see how many licensed hams don't operate anymore. And they don't operate because it's like, oh, it's become so difficult to make contacts and quiet. And why? Because there's a lot of noise. There was a discussion on a ham. There was an 80-meter group here in southern Quebec. They had that discussion like a couple of years ago. I heard that, and it was interesting because it was interesting to hear everybody's take on it. And one of the hams, the guy's got a lot of money. He's actually purchased a farm. You know, for him, that's his life, and he has the money to do it. And that's what he was saying. He says, I purchased a farm to just have my home on a very big land and have no one around me, because that's my hobby and that's what I wanted to do. And unfortunately, we don't all have money to buy a farm and get our radios in the middle of nowhere. So a lot of us, and the majority of us, are stuck in urban areas or areas where there's a dense population, and we're victim to the noise of everybody else. And that's sometimes I think that I'm maybe a little crazy. How crazy are you to do the best you can to try to deal with that noise, to try to still hear signals and do all of this, and it's getting tougher all the time. Mike B, I have an industrial sewing machine with a servo motor. That is by far the noisiest device in my home. Wired Dave, hearing 7795 CW, it also seems like noise or a carrier on that. Yeah, I remember once I tuned 7795, I think that was one of the frequencies where there was some kind of other signal on it at some point. So if you guys want to try the next one, which is the last one for the Morse code, 8187 in 11 minutes. So let's try that 8187. 8187. I often hear at least one, but this time around, I think it's a tough one. 8187. Let's see, got less noise here. 8187 CW. Let's see if I hear anything on that frequency. 8187. But I still have a lot of noise on that frequency. We'll see if anything comes out in 10 minutes from now on that frequency. God. And Brian Leisner, noise almost impossible these days to avoid it at home. The best place in my house is the kitchen near a window. Same here. I guess our kitchen appliances maybe are the ones that do the least amount of noise. Scatology says, I live in an apartment complex, so there's lots of noise from other neighbors' apartments, including ours. Yep. Shilnover, Roaring 2020s. Nice to have you on board. And Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Nice to have you here. Blogger Die, my dog containment fence is by far the worst EMI. It will be replaced for Christmas, but there are chargers all over the house, and the whole house has LED lighting and TVs that never power off. So that's lots of stuff that are there to make noise. Mike B, my Samsung fast charger for my phone is very noisy, even when not in use. Oh, I heard a tone. There might be a possibility of hearing 8187. I think I just heard a tone. Ryan Lee's, if I was to go to the circuit breaker box and shut off the entire house, I'm sure my neighbors are helping out. You know what? One of the most interesting experiments here is power outages. If so, it seems like the street on the back, on the east side, or is my backyard, is on a different circuit from this street. So if there's a power outage here and to the west, I see that we're all in the dark. But I'll go and look through the window in the kitchen, and I see that the buildings and the houses in the backyard, the other side, they still have power. What I've noticed is when the power goes out and they still have power, my noise floor here is as high as it is even with the power on. And that made me realize, okay, no wonder I can't do anything about it. It has nothing to do with here. So that is something very interesting, and it's always intrigued me in where does it come from? Who is creating all that noise? That's crazy noise. The only times that it becomes extremely quiet is when here and that circuit, that area is in the dark. When both of us are in the dark, now my noise floor is gone. No more noise. So it's very interesting because it does tell me most of the noise I suffer isn't even from here. So how can you deal with noise when the noise doesn't even come from your area or your home or your building? It's crazy. Nice to have you here from Chicopee, Massachusetts. So, you know. Kevin Michael 7795 has a signal but no CW. Chicopee Radio. And the reason why ham radio is dead because of idiots that now use ham radio and cause drama. Yeah, well, ham radio isn't dead. Ham radio is dead if you decide that it's dead. And every time I see a ham or hear someone that says amateur radio is dead, I will always reply, it's not. It's dead for you because you're not doing what it takes to really make it alive. Because it isn't dead. And it depends what you're listening to and what you're searching for. But being a ham myself, ham radio is far from being dead. Now, what are you looking for? If it's, I'm looking for a rag chew and have someone to talk to for 2 hours, that is more difficult to find. But if you're looking at ham radio activity in itself, ham radio is far from being dead. It's actually very active. But I think the perception might come from what type of ham radio you're looking at, and are you taking the time to tune around and do something about it? Blogger die now in a mode where he's not sure anymore, saying going out to see my antenna is still up. Wire Dave, I hear a signal on 7795 and CW at the same time. Could it be a jammer? No, it's not a jammer. I've noticed there's something on 7795 that is always there. I don't think it's a jammer. I kind of find that it might be some kind of Stanag signal from somewhere. But I don't think it's a jammer. Brian Leeser can get 7795 on the SDR or the 990X. Antenna still up. Cool, plug or die. Chicopee Radio. It is true if you see Danny's radio and text stream will tell you that is a truth. Tussin Love. I think my TV and cell phone charger are the worst noisy things I have. My TV. So here in my office, I got one of those Chinese TCL cheap smart TVs. It's a 55-inch. it doesn't seem to be very noisy, honestly. In my living room, I got a Samsung Smart TV, which is 65 inch. And that doesn't seem to be too bad either. For some reason, I can't complain about my TVs for the noise floor. Ryan Jacob, noise and homeowners agreements seem to be the biggest problem in our hobby. I know many people that want to put up antennas, but they can't because of HOA restrictions. You know, it is true that that is a big problem. But I have, and one of my friends actually is a great example of that. A friend of mine that lives in Massachusetts. He lives in a condo. He cannot put any antennas up. And it's very noisy where he is. So what he did is he actually put a dipole in his living room. And what he did is just, put the wire there in the living room ceiling and make contacts with that. And yet, he's contacted 100 and some countries in that environment. And so, it's all, there's a question of how willing are you to deal with all of that crap to be in your hobby. Some have it more difficult than others, definitely. But he's a great example of, you know what? You gotta try it, and you gotta do what you can depending on where you live. I am lucky because sometimes when you think about it, you don't realize what you have. I'm lucky. I have the liberty of putting up wire antennas in my backyard and some antennas on the metal shed, and landlord, and no one says anything about it. Nobody says anything about it. I can do what I want almost, as long as it doesn't bother anybody else. And so I gotta think about the fact that I'm lucky to be in that possibility. And not everybody can. But, if I'd move from here, if I'd change place, I'd have to look at, and what do you do? And it's very difficult. If you move, you're going to start bringing a radio, checking the noise everywhere you go. You know what? I know one thing, that if I would be in some place where it's very dead, very problematic, yeah, I probably will resign myself at listening in parks and listening in, bringing my radios outside, going somewhere to do my DX, if I really have to. But yeah, it is a hobby killer, that's for sure. The Wind, NE8RH, nice to have you here in 1960. Check up your radio. There's a lot of negatives with ham radio in general. Yeah, we got to be careful. I think there's a lot of negatives. There's a lot of stuff that people, it's easy to just say, well, I'm done. It's too complicated. I'm not doing this hobby anymore. It's easier to just say that than to try all that you can to continue listening to the radio and doing contacts and stuff, Oh yeah, Brian Leisner with, and this hobby of power outage is definitely an opportunity. That's for sure. Gambling Man says lots of Christmas lights make a lot of noise because of bad Chinese switch mode powers. Yeah, there is some stuff like that. Here we're in a in Quebec, we, like most people, heat their homes with electricity, and so the power grid is very, very solicited. Actually, we are using, I can tell you actually right now, I have a website that was put up by a university, where it's going to tell you the amount of power that everybody's using on the power grid right now. So if I click right now, 31,419 megawatts of power are being consumed by everybody here in the province of Quebec. So the Hydro-Quebec power lines right now are giving 31,419 megawatts. That's extremely high. This is very high when you compare that. The maximum production for the power grid is about 44,000 megawatts. Definitely when the power grid is pushing so much power in the wires outside, it for sure there's some noise level that has to come from that too. For sure. Blagadai, my wire antenna has come down about 4 times, always a tree limb. Oh wow, that fell on it. Wow. That's double wow. Wow antenna. Wow, it fell down because of trees. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. Blagadai, I have a battery charger that fills my house. Whoops, I lost the... that fills a house with EMI, far worse than anything else, no longer used. Yeah, I'm lucky that power, that charger that I got, that charges all sorts of batteries. Unless you're really next to it, close to it, doesn't seem to be too bad. Kevin Michael, 8764, NMC Point Reyes, California, USB mode. Weather knots. So let me try, let's check it out. I should be hearing... So 8764. Hey, you know, guys, I'm hearing the Morse code on 8187. Hear that? It's not very strong, but it's there. I'm actually hearing 8187. So that's the only one I heard tonight. Actually, you know what? It seems to have like slowly gotten stronger. I don't know if it's propagation that's making it better. So 8764. Oops. 087. Nothing here. I'm hearing point raise on 13089. Very weak. So that's point raise California. And let's try 17314. I'm hearing 17. So I am hearing also 17314 upper sideband. So 8764 and 17314. So an hour ago we were hearing it for Chesapeake, Virginia. Now it's coming out of Point Reyes, California, from the West Coast. So guys, I will take a couple of minutes. I need to go check on my my caregiving duties. I will leave you with the soothing sounds of a weak signal of Point Reyes, California weather, marine weather. And I am back in a few minutes. All right, guys. Don't forget, super chat. If you want to give a little something, if you like what I do, you can also pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal. It is so much appreciated, guys. You have no idea of how it is appreciated. It helps out tremendously. And don't forget, if you like what I do, and if you're here every week because it's something that you love, something that you would miss if it wouldn't be there, think about it, guys. I'll be back in a few minutes. So 17314, and also you can try 8764 at 13089 8764. You can hear and try for Point Reyes, California marine weather. Da-da-da. Dove mi pare. So here's Paul the cat. Huh? Paul the cat. That was a quick Paul the cat moment. All right. Not strong, but it's there. Hearing it. And I'm just going to show you a little bit. We're having one of those little snowy moments. If you guys want to see outside for a second, here we go. This is what it looks like outside right now. So we're having one of those. Supposed to have some strong snow showers tonight. So I guess it's one of those. It's not super strong, but it's, give you an idea what it looks like. Yeah, there's one of those. We're just on the edge. Could be even stronger than that, but we're just like on the edge. So here we go. There we go. So, Paul the Cat, brief appearance. I'm not sure he was very happy, but... All right. What else do we have? So, what else do we have? Blackguard Eye, I can go down to the patio in good weather to get away from the bad noise. It's uncomfortable in the cold. Yeah, you gotta, the cold is not, especially, you know, with a radio hobby, the cold is always, it's like you're doing this thing where you're not moving. So you get cold very quickly when you do that. You know, 2 years ago, I think, I went to this park not far from here, and I made a video. I was listening to Shortwave in the afternoon in like February or March, and there was snow on the ground, and people are like, well, I wouldn't do that, it's too cold. And I mean, with the sun, the weather, and, you know, wasn't that bad, but still, you know, I just would get up of my bench and do a little bit of jogging around. I looked weird for others that were wondering what the hell he's doing, because I wanted to, like, you know, get warmer. And once you get warmer, then you sit back down. But it definitely a hobby where you're not moving is not fun in the cold, because you get cold real fast, real fast. G-Mac, I found a 30-foot copper wire dog fence wire, put a clip on the end, put a 6-inch cup on the highest window, stuck the wire around the cup, and it works fine. Cool. Kevin Michael, my widescreen gives off RF. I have to unplug it. So here's my beer number 2. And here we go. So here, cheers everybody. Beer number 2. This looks like a lot more like beer. That toast and loaf definitely is something positive. And radio hobby, not having neighbors, is the best thing that can happen to you. So let me put the light back on where it was. So I guess the weather stopped because I don't hear it anymore, or it's a propagation. But okay. So at 23 UT, I'm gonna try it here just out of curiosity. All right. 5.96, I think it is. So there's Voice of Turkey. For those on the East Coast that want to try it, Voice of Turkey, 5960 kilohertz in English. Signed on. Voice of Turkey. Not too bad of a signal. 5960, Voice of Turkey. On the East Coast coming in. Not too bad. I believe, is Radio Romania also on at this time? That's the thing I want to check out at 23 UT. If I go to 23 UTC, we have Voice of Turkey. Radio Romania International, Western Europe 6030. Signal's pretty good. So Romania in English on 6030. Turkey in English on 5960. Right now, two good signals on the East Coast for at least on the 49 meter band if you guys want to try that. Jim Gordon, for me, the best reception is in my local park or in summer on the beach and the other coastal areas. Yeah, as long as you get away from everybody. Blogger Die, when the power goes out, 3 of my neighbors' generators start. Jet NG, nice to have you here. Hearing ham conversations on 3833. Isn't there the Santanet also? I think the Santanet is every night right now, right? Santa Net 16, is it every day? CQ, home to the Santanet, 3916 kilohertz, and it runs at 7 p.m. Central. That's 8 p.m. Eastern. That's 01 hours Universal Time. And what date are we today? We're the 13th. So it's going on Saturday, December 13th. I don't know if they're using UTC. Well, they're using local time. So it means that tonight is going to happen December 13th at 01 UT, 3916. So, and the last net will be December 23rd. So if you guys want to hear Santanet, that is something that's going to happen at 01 on 3916 lower sideband. David in Barcelona, nice to have you on board. And it's got his remote spy server fully running. Pretty cool. Hope you're well, my friend. From Spain. Shakopia Radio, imagine you started a 31,419 megawatts radio station. Youch. That would be something. Blog or die. Oh, you got it. And yeah, it is super quiet. I'm happy with that. This is very quiet. And it's fun because it charges different batteries. Kevin, WS2H, nice to have you on board. Do you spend a lot of time underground? I heard Montreal subway stations are amazing. There's a whole underground city in Montreal that is amazing to visit. Anybody that comes here has to visit that. We have in downtown Montreal kilometers of... I'm going to give you an idea. So the subway stations are great in Montreal. Subway is amazing. We got a great service. It's fairly quiet because it's we're using rubber tires on our subway rather than being metal over metal. It does make the noise lower. When you get downtown Montreal, there's what a lot of people call the underground city. Why? Because you could do your shopping, your groceries, and everything you want. Get a haircut. Go to a movie theater, and never have to get outside. And in fact, when I was doing my tech duties, one of my clients, she lived in a condo apartment building downtown that had a door that would give access to one of the shopping malls that is not just underground, it's also at street level. But that shopping mall she could go to without ever going outside she could also go to all the underground tunnels and go to all the. You have access to multiple shopping malls, multiple stores, multiple areas. It is truly amazing for anybody that has never. I think it's the biggest underground city in the world. I don't think anybody else has such a huge underground space downtown their cities. And part of it is because one is the subway stations that were constructed. So with it came, well, we have to have access to the different buildings downtown. And it created all of this big, huge area underground. And not just underground, because when you get to the different buildings, they have stores on the other levels, but that's the thing, is that you get to the underground level and then move up to the regular levels where you get to the general big malls that we have here downtown, which could be 4, 5, 6, 7 stories high, and restaurants and stuff. And so to go from I actually did that with several of my friends that never knew. I knew of the underground stuff, but I had never done it until about 10 years ago. One day I went downtown and I said, okay, today I'm going to do the biggest stretch of underground that I could do. And it's pretty big. And to give you an idea, from one end to the other, even if you don't stop at any shops, at any stores, from one end to the other, it probably takes you about 2 hours, 2 hours and a half of walking to get through all of the underground stuff that you have to go to reach the other end. So it's a pretty amazing thing. For those that come to Montreal, if you ever come here, you have to check that out. And it's cool because it you know, a lot of people say, oh, it's because we live underground, because when winter arrives, it's too cold. It isn't true. That's not the way it works. People are outside. People go outside, and, you know, we have these commercial streets with all the stores and stuff downtown Montreal. So we don't live underground, but somehow we built one of the biggest underground cities in the world. And it is cool. Honestly, it's very cool. And when I look at like that person that I would fix a computer, I always thought, well, it's kind of cool. You know, it's minus 20 out there. Say you have a big snowstorm, it's minus 25. You can go from your condo down and just walk the underground tunnels where it's never cold, or rarely. There are a few areas where there's the exchanges of different stations, like the metro stations and stuff. That's kind of a little cool. Might be a little colder, but I mean, you could just go out without any jacket or anything, and you know, you could be in a t-shirt and go all the way downtown in the different stores. And like I said, you could go shopping, you could go to restaurants, and I mean a huge variety of restaurants. Go to the movies, and then come back to your apartment, and with your groceries, your shopping, you watched a movie, you ate in the restaurants, and you never once walked outside. And at minus 20, 25, people looking at you without any coat on. It's like, where are you coming from? It's like, huh? And add that bonus. Say there's that underground stuff, but the metro system in Montreal is also connected to many other shopping malls across everywhere down, like not just downtown, on the east end, on the west end, and on the north part of the city. So you could, in fact, still not put on a jacket in the winter, get into the subway, and go to a shopping mall in the complete east end of the city, because that metro station is connected to that big shopping mall that you go to. And so you still never got outside, and you went shopping far from where you live, and then come back. It's a pretty amazing experience. Anybody that comes to Montreal, has to do that, has to go to that huge underground city that we have here. It's pretty crazy. So yeah, Toronto must have one, I would guess. Yeah, Fred Water. It's pretty amazing. Honestly, it's pretty amazing. Okay, let's go down here as we are going. Okay, I'm just gonna try to go a little faster. I'm almost half an hour behind, so I'm gonna go a little faster, guys. Here, 15770 missing apparently, says Bobby. Let's try it out here. 1577. Anything here? Yep, 15770. Seems to be dead tonight. So maybe they're having some problems. Okay, let's just go out here. Chicopee Radio, I don't listen much shortwave, but I think that is default power for shortwave. J Dakota 17314 heard well here, strong enough. PL330. Arshit Joshi, nice to have you here, Dr. Arshit Joshi from India. Nice to have you on board from New Delhi, always as usual. Doesn't know there's a wide band pulse signal on 10s 145 to 160. Sounds like over the air radar. So, what else do we have? What else do we have? So, Paul, looking as handsome as ever, says Sheila. I'm not sure he was super happy for me to take him in my arms like that, but he didn't complain either. He was like, "Oh, yeah, okay, I'll do whatever you want." Don Royal is happy not to deal with snow. Marvin Motts, nice to have you on board from a chilly northern China. Our first snow. 54 cal, 5960 Turkey strong. David, can you send some of that snow my way, Joe? I don't think we'll have a snowfall ever again here in Barcelona. Oh, I would be happy to. I would be happy to do so. Archie Josie Chill, please do send along some snow and all best wishes from your place to New Delhi. The capital is currently experiencing its worst air pollution episodes of the year. That is one of the biggest problems I think you guys have so often, is that air pollution on New Delhi, and with all the industry and everything, when there's no wind and all the patterns stop. It's like here we do have this year we did have some of the worst air pollution ever in Montreal, due to forest fires that were 1,000 kilometers away. But that really blanketed the city here with a lot of smoke this year. It's not the same pollution, but still, it's tough. I hope that everything gets better there in New Delhi. Kenneth, KW1161, nice to have you on board. Fashionably late. I like that. Tulsa Love here is 5960, pretty good. Appy 100. He's 100 now. Dick Van Dyke is 100 years. Youch. I saw something about him like 2-3 weeks ago on the internet, and I was like, wow, he's still alive. There are people like that. You think they're dead, and then it's like, no, they're still alive. Oh wow! So 100 years, dang. Kenny the Dragon, nice to have you here. VE3DAC. Hi LB8CQ, nice to have you on board from Colorado. It is very confusing. You have to do it. I don't know how many times I had to do it to feel comfortable, because it is very confusing. That is, yeah. It's difficult to get around and understand where you have to go to, and you need to get the right tunnel and the right door and the right. So I'd like to. You know what? I've been to Toronto once, twice. Next time I go there, maybe that's one thing I should try. The underground city of Toronto. Compare. It'd be interesting to compare. Da Dupa, nice to have you on board. Seattle has an underground, had to raise the roads one building level. Was a sewage issue. Here we had the biggest problem we had with our underground stuff is when they constructed the metro in the 60s. There was a few parts of town where they noticed that the street were kind of collapsing when they were constructing the tunnels, and that they had to do stuff to fix that. When you think about it, all the stuff that's underground everywhere, it's just crazy. Kenny Dragon in Toronto, you can park at the Eaton Center and walk as far as Union Station or even the Rogers Center. Yeah, when last time I was in Toronto, I was at the Air Canada Center. I don't know if it's still called that, because they change the names of everything all the time. Is the Air Canada Center the Rogers Center today, or what? I keep me up on Toronto stuff. So I know back then it was the Air Canada Center, and I remember we took a big walk, and there was a lot of stuff. It was pretty interesting to see all the, Toronto's a big city, definitely. Kev Michael, that 5960 signal is very making it to the QESDR. PVM 1081, what does this do with shortwave? Doesn't matter. People want to know stuff. We talk about everything here tonight. And every night, every Saturday, we often digress into other conversation. Doesn't matter. It's part of general knowledge, which is also fun. So yeah, 15770, I'm not hearing it here. Pretty much. So they must have some kind of problem, I would guess. Yeah, Tokyo must have some big underground city. I'm pretty sure there must be some really interesting underground stuff there too. I mean, especially with Japan being, here we have the luxury of having so much space when you compare to like Japan. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that Tokyo could have some really big underground city too. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So let me check email. I just want to see, because sometimes people say hi on emails. All right, email. Let's check that out. All right. It's quiet. No new emails. All right. Okay, let's continue here. What else do we have? Kenny the Dragon in Toronto. Yeah, okay, that's what we were talking about. 15770 is missing. Kenneth, average temperature under Tucson, Arizona is 71, so an underground mall would make sense in AC savings. Yeah, that would. You know, it works on both sides. Really cold winters, an underground city. Really, really hot weather in the summer, an underground city where it's cool, everybody's happy. You know, that works on both sides. Kevin Michael has 17675 Radio New Zealand. Sheila, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Marvin Motts, Montreal Underground sounds very cool. You should check shopping underground in Ozark sometimes. Pretty interesting during the fire drills. Tristan 15770 was dead this morning as well. I usually catch the old time radio shows, so it's not been on for the day today. I don't know if WRMI has any news on that. WRMI.net, sometimes on their main page. On the main page, they have news of things happening. So, any news here of anything? They're not. They don't have any special news item here. So for now, but I would guess probably to have some kind of transmitter issue. Hopefully he's going to be back soon. What else do we have? Okay, Michael, that 17.8 signal is blowing my satellite 100 right now. 17,800, you got a signal there in the Pacific. Huh. What is it? 17.8. 17,800. So, that's interesting. It's China. Here it's, oh yeah, in Mongolian. China National Radio 8. In Mongolian. That's what you're receiving, actually. China National Radio 8. What else do we have? Oh, so the Air Canada Center is now the Scotiabank Arena. All right. That was in 2008 that I was in Toronto last time. And I went there for the Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers concert with two of my friends. And the funny story about it is that the hotel where we were in thought that we were in the band with Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers because all three of us had really long hair. And I was like, no, we're not with the band. It's like, yeah, it's, you know, you would tell them we're not with the band. And they was like, yeah, I don't believe you. You just don't want to say it. It's like, no, we're just long-haired guys. That's all, you know? Yeah, at this time, 80 meters, Jet NG. You should be hearing a lot of activity around, 3,600 to 3,900, 3,999 kilohertz on 80 meters in sideband. GMAC 15390 broadcasting now. 15390. What's on 15390 right now? 15390. Oops. 390. That also is we're at what right now? 2325. Well, that's interesting. There's nothing at this time. It starts at 2355 usually. So, interesting. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board from Fayetteville, Arkansas. Kenny the Dragon, my Arcadia area is great country. Great County is currently under snow squalls. Already I'm tired of the snow. Eee. It's a little early to be tired of the snow, man. Dan L. Not sure about large underground in Japan due to the number of quakes. Oh, yeah, that could be. Yeah, you're right on that. I didn't think about that, but because of the earthquakes, yeah, it's possible that it's very limited. Interesting. Yeah, that's a good observation there. Didn't think about that. Kenneth, when I was stationed at Great Lakes in DC, Chicago, as a large subway system, but I never saw an underground, underground mall there. Huh. Well, most of the malls, if I rephrase it, are not underground. They're at street or higher levels, but have an underground level of it, which is accessible through either walking tunnels or the subway system. Bob from Wick, nice to have you here. Joseph is getting China Radio International. Forgot to mention. What else do we have? So 13650. Let's check out if I hear 13650 here. It's there. It's not very strong, but it's there. What do we have? WWCR is powerful on 13845. Something weak on 730. I'm hearing Chinese music on 13650. Kind of interesting to look at what's out there. Oh, look at that, guys. That's time to put the camera on. Here we go. It's getting even nicer now, especially with the wind. There's some blowing snow. Unfortunately, I didn't catch the best part that happened 20 seconds ago, but I hear the wind. It's suddenly very windy outside. I can actually feel it here because since my window is slightly open to let my antenna wires go out, I could feel the slight cool temperatures from outside coming in. King of Dragon 3730, a nightly net. Yeah, there are many nets on 80 meters actually in the nighttime. So yeah, it could be. There's a lot of stuff like that. So yeah, it is right now. Remote underground malls and long passages between subways in Japan is extensive due to great engineering. The Kobe quake destroyed riverbanks. Okay, interesting. Red water, a nice winter scene. Yeah. Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you here from southern Arizona. Blue skies in paradise. Somebody was, I was showing my backyard today on Facebook because I was saying, wow, my backyard looks like a Nordic village. This is my backyard as the picture is taken today. Look at that, guys. Definitely looks like a northern village here. Some kind of Nordic village. When you look at that, it's hard to believe that I live in the middle of a big city. It's pretty amazing. But it's kind of cute. That was a cute picture. I thought, oh, look at that. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Very clear music, very clear on 13650. So 13650 at this time is China. Let me check. China Radio International in Portuguese. And it's apparently broadcast from Cuba. So it says here that this is relayed from Cuba right now. So, wow. One of the good Cuban transmitters. Kenneth, glad to watch your snowstorm on my computer. I'll keep the 79. I'll send you the snow right away, Kenneth. So they're not yet in my area, but let's go check out 27. Because I know that they have started to get on the air. I'm going to keep it here. If there's a peak of something, we'll see if they are on or not. Usually we'll see some peaks appear. There's somebody there. But that's not one. And since Montreal is a very big city, and you know those removal trucks could be in a very good distance also. So we'll be keeping an eye and see if there's anybody out there. But when they start removing the snow, and I know that here I think they put the signs up for tomorrow removal, but there could be parts of town that already have started. If that's the case, we'll see some peaks here from the removal crew, the trucks. Kamikaze 76. No, not from here. I'm too far from downtown Montreal. But I'm very close to the subway station. So here, if it wasn't that I do have to walk a good 7 or 8 minutes, I could almost go downtown shopping without any winter coat or big jacket. But I do have to walk 7 or 8 minutes for the weather, for the subway station here. Kenneth Tangel. Sheila, weather was doing the same thing here earlier in Belleville. I sent it to you, Joe. I knew it. Somebody wanted to send all of that here. So, yeah. Thank you, Kevin, for the donation. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. DH1AO, nice to have you here from Germany. Much appreciated. Alex Black, nice to have you here from Shanghai. Fred Waters says here in St. Catharines they get a head start and start salting the streets before the snow hits. When I see the salt trucks and it's clear, I think, Yeah, here they try to use salt as little as possible because it's a huge problem in creating erosion of all the water pipes, the sewage pipes and stuff. Plus, it goes where? It all goes into the St. Lawrence River. So they're trying to put as little as possible And anyways, when there's a lot of snow falling, like snowstorms, you still have tons of snow. Anyways, Kenneth says, I need a plastic bubble suit. The Michelin man. Oh, God. Yeah, and I'm going to be that big marshmallow man from Ghostbusters. That would be the best one for me. Cosmic Lettuce saw a very nice solar pillar and very rare Perry here this morning at dawn. Wow. Yeah, that might be that Texan AN48X is very crappy antenna. You're better off with an MLA30 or the GA490 that I have than the AN48X. Hey, Jasmine, nice to have you here from sunny Seattle at sundown. Nice to have you on board. And yeah, it's pretty cool to have all of you here. So I still am getting Romania 6030 and Turkey on 5960. Oh, 5990. What is that? China? China radio in English from Cuba is really good on 5990. $59.90. China Radio International. Pretty good. And it's from the Cuban relay. Wow, I don't know what's happening. Cuba seems to be getting a lot of better transmissions lately. Kevin, the snowplow, things like that. Unfortunately, the city of Montreal has been going digital. And it is impossible for most of it. A lot of it is encrypted. So most of what we do hear a little bit of traffic in some modes like NXDN. But most of the traffic is mostly the trucks that have a CB in them and that are on the CB channels. Jet NG, don't get a Texan AN48X at all. You're gonna waste your money. It's a piece of crap. Kevin Apollo 5990 reaching St. Pete, Florida. Toast Love 5990, pretty strong in Alabama. So wow, I haven't heard a Cuban relay of China radio that's so good in a long time. It's pretty interesting. That's cool. That's cool because China radio is difficult unless you'd really get the Chinese station from China direct. 5990 is China Radio International, or they're calling themselves now pretty much CGTN Radio, but it's China Radio International. But it is relayed from Cuba, so the signal comes from Cuba. Yeah, definitely get either an MLA 30 Plus or a GA490 like I have here. They are it's pretty good. Pretty good. Definitely. Any new pirates in there? 6935 upper sideband. There's some pirates. Let's go check that out. 6935. Yeah, there's something on 6935. So right now, playing Queen song, "We Will Rock You," 6935. Oh, ID is in Radio Mushroom. So we got Radio Mushroom right now on 6935 upper sideband. It's not super strong here, but it's there. It's there. Yeah, magnetic loops are good for the noise floor. If you have too much noise, it definitely is. Jet and G can't put an MLA30 anywhere in my home. You can't put it inside in a window? Jet NG. Daryl, the GA490 is, I would say, the same as the MLA30 in terms of performance. But the advantage is that it comes with all the connectors that you need for any type of radio. It comes with a mount where you can actually mount it without having anything extra. And also, what's good with it, it is good for VHF and UHF capabilities up to a certain level at the VHF frequencies. So if you want to have something that might actually go into, especially if you have an SDR like the SDR Play devices, it might actually be a good antenna to have. But if you're shortwave only, I'd say it's equal. That's my impression, is that it's pretty much equal. Dawson Love 6935, weak but listenable. Kenny the Dragon, as far as antennas go, I'm using an MFJ 1622 now. WX50 Radio Mushroom, the voice of fungi. I like that. The voice of fungi. Ay, ay, ay. Voice of fungi. And anything else here? Check it out here. Anything that would be of interest? Yeah, nothing here. Pretty quiet. So to repeat one of the things that we talked about earlier, there's going to be on December the 24th, and I'll talk about it again next week. Groups on board, something like that, which is the Groups on Board broadcast, which is the broadcast, which is greetings on board from Germany to all the loved ones that are serving at sea. So each Christmas Eve, the NDR airs the beloved Greetings on Board or Greetings on Board program. And so it's going to be from 18 to 21 UTC. And once again, I'm going to share the frequencies where it's going to be transmitted from, and do this like this. DH1AO, is there a Kiwi radio close to you? There's a Kiwi radio, I would say about 4 or 5 kilometers away from here on the city, on the island. Unfortunately, it is very bad on shortwave. So it's not a very good one. But if you guys want to try it, the Kiwi SDR in the area, just go to list, and I will check out. So the Kiwi SDR, oops. the VE2BWX1, which is this. SDR is the closest. This is the closest one to me. It's about 5, let's say 5 kilometers to the northwest of me. For those that, when I go to Perry Island, it's like halfway between me and Perry Island. In the northwest, but it's extremely noisy. I sometimes use it to see if I can hear my ham radio stuff or my CB radio, but it's not very good. It's very, very noisy. Daryl's using the PA per 0 DT mini whip. That mini whip is amazing as long as you have no noise around you, because since it's a whip, it gets a lot of the noise if it's noisy around you. So that is the only problem with that. But if it is quiet around you, it is amazing. That's what the U20 receiver in the Netherlands, that's what they use, and I mean, reception there is great. Cosmic Lattice, can multiple radio receivers work off one antenna? Yes. There's several ways to go with that, but the best is to have a form of multi-coupler, which will you'll feed the antenna to that device. This is what I use here. I have one here. And then you'll have outputs for, depending on the multi-coupler, 2, 4, 8 radios. The one I have here is for 4 radios. You could also, and that's the thing, you could technically connect without any multi-coupler, just with, bare, alligator clips and wires, multiple radios. I've done that many times. It's just that sometimes one radio can interfere with the others, and that might not work well. It depends on which radios you're using. But you can, if you want to have them all at the same time running, because if you want to have just one radio at a time, then just an antenna switch is fine. But if, like me, you want to have multiple radios, then multi-coupler is better, because that's going to give the output to as many radios as you want. Well, depending on the multi-coupler you're going to choose. And the one that I have, what's nice is that the multi-coupler isolates each radio, which means radios will not interfere with the other radios. What else do we have? Tosanov likes using nearby Kiwis for a sort of local radio. Yeah, I wish it would be better, because it would be, if it would be better, it would be so nice to have it. But I do kind of enjoy, like, my CB radio, particularly my CB radio. If I go in a channel and key up and see, is my signal getting there 5 kilometers away? If I see a little trace in the waterfall or not, and so on. But it's kind of cool. The all the antennas, and using multiple antennas and so on. The multi-coupler I have is expensive, though. You don't have to necessarily buy one like that. The one I have is from Streetsburg Engineering, and I mean, it's expensive, but it's kind of like military grade, and it's all metal, and I mean, I'm happy to have it, but it is expensive, And I know that online you can get some for much less that work very well too. But here I have one with 4, and you know what? Sometimes I wish I'd purchased the one with 8, because sometimes I'll have 2 portables, my SDR, and my ICOM all plugged in, all working together at different frequencies, listening to different things. Because it's one of the things I like a lot with a multi-coupler. What's fun is that you can monitor frequency with, some traffic, monitor another frequency with some other kind of traffic, listen to your favorite, I don't know, your favorite shortwave broadcast, and whatever, and tune around with another one just to see what's on the bands. So it's fun because you have all of that all going together at the same time. I was also happy because when Amanda Dawn Christie did a very unique arts experiment with radio this year. And what people didn't understand fully is that she was transmitting all of them on different transmitters, but to make the experience what it should be, you were supposed to have a radio on each frequency. That was the experiment, and all of it together was the work of art that she did. So with something like my multi-coupler, I was able to tune in to all of the frequencies at the same time and listen to it, which was very, very unique. I hope she does something else like that. Amanda Dawn Christie is amazing with all the artsy things she does with shortwave, and I really, really hope that at some point we can purchase a copy of the Spectres of Shortwave, which is the documentary she made of the demise of Radio Canada International and the Sackville transmitter site. It's great, and it's for people with us. For people with that are like us, it's emotional. Paul in Vermont, nice to have you here. AA1SU, finally checking in after several weeks of contesting. Yeah, there's a 10 meter SSB contest today, right? Or this weekend. I saw that yesterday. Cosmic Lettuce, art with radio light. I mean, it's great. I mean, she did that also, what is it, 3 years ago with the HARP facility in Alaska, where she created art with different frequencies mixed in together. If you had an SDR, the waterfall display would create all sorts of patterns. And I mean, she's light years ahead of us in understanding how we create these artsy, art with radio. Nobody else does that. Art with radio. Let's use radio signals and do some art thing with it. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. Right. So VE2B BWX is the one in Montreal. There's one in Montrigo, which is just south of Montreal. And there's, I believe, one up north also that's there. Kiwi SDR map. I'm going to bring up the map. And I'm going to zoom in to Montreal area. So I'm going to show you guys actually. So here we go. Here we go. So guys, I'm going to switch to display capture. Here we go. Here is what we have in Kiwi SDRs according to their website on the map. So I'm here. Montreal's here. I'm somewhere here. This is one of the SDRs, the VE2BWX, which is there. It uses a Walbrook loop, but it's not very good. Then the closest, there's this one here at Montrigo V2RM on the northwest side of Montreal. And there's one up here that is, this is the Saint Marcelin. This is new. I've never tried this one. Never tried this one. And then, of course, after that, you either go near Ottawa, the VE3XA, and the VE3 HOA. And there's the one south of the border near Burlington, Vermont, which is the Shelburne, Vermont SDR. So this is what is close to me in terms of Kiwi SDRs. And the closest is that one here in the city. So if we go closer, can we go closer now? Yeah, close. So to give you an idea, I am located around here. Okay. And that one is here. So it's pretty far. Northwest in terms of Kiwi SDRs. So and there was one that was much closer though. There was one that I guess it's not there anymore. So once again, I go here. Like I said, I'm in this vicinity here. And there was one that used to be somewhere here, which is gone now. It doesn't show up anymore. So I don't know. So that's kind of interesting when you look at what's available on the maps in terms of Kiwi SDRs. So that's what we've got around here. And so what else do we have? Let's go down here. Okay, anything else? DH1AO, yesterday I had a QRP 5-watt ERP contact to a VE Labrador station. Wow, cool. That's nice. Cosmic Lattice could turn those radio frequencies into visible light frequencies for another visual too. Yep. Kenneth says this is a music show where WRMI used to do that from Toronto, Canada. ET Radio, I wonder who has the SDR in Shelburne, Vermont. It may be my friend K1ZK. So it's kind of interesting. It's you know, it's kind of cool to have all of these Kiwi SDRs and listen in. You know, I always tell everybody you should tune in to Kiwi SDRs all around because it's pretty amazing. The differences in what you hear depending on which Kiwi SDR you use. JPV 1970 Skip is good tonight on CB Channel 6. I don't know if it's still active here. Let's check it out. Oh, look at that. There's stuff here. There you go. That is one of the, you know, when we're talking about the snow removal crews, that's one of the CBs of the snow removal crews. That's one guy that was there. He was actually telling him where he's located so that they can go in the same place and Yeah, they need trucks. They just said they need trucks. So, well, there's that one. And what's this? What's this? I don't know if that's another one, but that might be. So these are trucks. They're preparing themselves to start their night of removal of snow. So telling everybody where the snow plow and the snow blower is, so they can actually go and get their snow. So what happens is that they all get in behind the snow blower. Their trucks get filled. They get this piece of paper, and so they go and dump the snow and they come back. So and the CB, what they'll do is they'll always ask, okay, where's the snow blower now? I need to go in line and wait again for some more snow, and so on and so on. And they get paid for every snow truck load of snow that they go dump. They'll get paid for every truckload. So they do that all night. They just go, they dump, come back, fill the snow, the truck with snow again, go dump. And the funniest thing is, for those that don't know, I live near, very close to one of the places where they dump a lot of the snow, which is the Francon Quarry. That is, I'd say if I had to walk there, I would probably take me 20 minutes to walk there. And it's a very deep quarry. It's been operated for years. Now it's out of operation. They dump the snow there now today because it's all solid rock. So the pollution, because the snow coming out of the street, it's dirty snow. And so what happens is that the snow they drop there stays stuck there, and the pollution stays stuck there because it's mostly rock. And they dump so much snow in there that the snow in the summertime doesn't completely melt. So if you would go in there in July and August, there are still some big mountains of snow still there, because it just doesn't, it would take too long for it to melt. And we had about 5-6 years ago, we had a couple of really, really snowy winters. And they had a problem because what happened is there was so much snow that was dumped there that leftover snow from the summer was already pretty big when winter arrived. And every time they would dump snow the next years, there wasn't any space anymore because that snow was already there. So they had to actually, what they would do, and I guess they still do, in the summertime, they go down the hole with big trucks and snow plows and stuff, and they work the snow and expand it as much as they can so that it melts as much as possible. So, Kenneth, maybe the snow truck can drop off at Tucson, Arizona. Good. Ron Animal, in Toronto, we have a gigantic underground. I think it's the biggest one in the world. Kenneth, just remember, don't drink the snow water downstream from the curve. Kenneth, when we think about how generations change over time, we go to a sugar shack, and in the Sugar Shack here, what we do, it's one of the experiences here, is they make so they boil the maple syrup to bring it to a certain temperature, and then they put it on the snow. It makes like kind of a taffy. It makes, so we just rolled it on the snow. So of course they take the snow in the forest, put it there, and we, eat that. So when I was about, like 20 years ago, my nephew was, I don't know, my nephew was 6 or 7 years old. And we go to the Sugar Shack and we, eat that on the snow. And he doesn't want to eat it. And I'm like, but it's super good. It's great. It's like candy. I said, why don't you want it? And he says, because the animals pee in the snow. And the first thing that I thought was, I never thought of that when I was young. I was just wanted to eat my, snow taffy, and I don't care what it. But he's like, but forest animal pee in the snow. Yeah, well, I know forest animal pee in the snow. But they, because I tried to tell him, I said, well, we take the snow in, the part where they don't pee. And he says, how do you know they don't pee there? I was like, I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say. And I'm like, wow, today's generation is so ahead of what I was. I was like dumb and stupid when I was young. He's like, well, the animals pee in the snow. Yeah, I know. All right. Beware of the yellow snow. Exactly. But yeah, he's right. He is right. It's not yellow, but yeah, okay. I don't know what to say. If you don't want to eat it, you don't want to hear it. Okay, it's Jasmine says, I don't think your generation didn't think about hazards or germs and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. But it's like, okay, okay, all right, all right. Oh yeah, we put 9-volt batteries on our tongue. It was great. That's why we're tough. Oh man, most of us, yeah, licked 9-volt batteries. Most of us, yeah, drinking from the hose. That was normal. And the summer days when it was hot, we'd drink from the hose. Absolutely. Man, I was thirsty. Drink from the hose. I never died. Never got sick. Drink from the hose, and oh man. Cosmic Lettuce, we thought of hazards and germs and everything else. We just went for it anyhow. Yeah. No, I don't think, I never thought of germs. Well, okay, let's put it in a way. Did I think about there's might be some pee in the snow? It might have crossed my mind. If I think about it seriously, it might have crossed my mind. Did I care? No. It's like, well, got to take the snow somewhere, anyways. You know. Cosmic lettuce. Yeah, the pollutants in this. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Oh, that's for sure. It's like rain and snow. It's not clean. It comes down with all the crap we put up in the atmosphere. Jasmine, lead paint and leaded gasoline explains a lot about your generation. the They took out the park where I actually played in the playground when I was a kid. They took out the stuff there because of lead paint. And it was late in the late 80s. I'd say in the late 80s. Because, oh, look at that. This is all lead painted and all. Not counting, they removed it also because they said, well, you know, too many kids are breaking a limb over them. But yeah, you know. Worst part, worst part is the I still remember thinking when there's like the exhaust of cars back in the day when they had lead in the exhaust. You know, especially in the wintertime, we would see all that, you know, vapor get out of the car's exhaust. And every time I would pass by, I would think, actually smells good. I like the smell of it. Imagine, I like the smell of car exhaust in the 70s and early 80s for some reason. I don't know. That's maybe that's why I am how I am now. Bizarre and doing, you know, live shows for you people. Oh, God. Well, yeah, today people ate Tide Pods. It's not better, honestly. It's really not better. Alex Black, which radio receiver is better in your opinion? The Quota Sandy X286, Texan PL330. That will all be with one major thing. Do you want single sideband and hear amateur radio and utility signals? Then you've already said yes to the Texan PL330. You don't care about single sideband? Go for the Cordis NDX286 because it is just amazing all around, including FM is better, in my opinion, better than a PL330. Although, you know what? Maybe these are tests I should redo and do again. And Blogger Die will tell you if I'm right or wrong. He's done different types of tests that I do. So, pretty cool. Fred Water, your nephew doesn't want to know what fish do in water. You know. Cosmic Lettuce, to this day, I can literally feel the 9-volt battery on my tongue just by... Yeah, same here. Same here, Cosmic Lettuce. Same here. I know that's crazy, Jasmine, but that was... We had no... You know, apart from the fact that we knew that we could pass out of gas exhaust from cars... We just didn't know what it would, you know. My brain's probably all fried up from that lead and that. It smelled good, anyways. Canada, the seesaw trying to jump off before your partner. Oh, God. Yeah. I mean, we were very dangerous. Very dangerous. Actually, my niece. So my niece was 7-ish. I was 12-ish. And we went to the park with, you know, the seesaw thing. And, you know, sometimes when you go a little too fast and we just pass over the... Well, that happened to my niece. And she fell down and broke her arm. I still remember spending 4 hours in the emergency room waiting with her so that they could fix her arm. And I still remember, and we're, 1980... So I was, 14-ish? So 1983. I still remember the doctor. Her bone was completely off. So you could see there was a bump where the bone just did boop like this. Which is no good. So the doctor looked at her and said, okay, 2 choices. If you don't want it to hurt, we're going to keep you overnight. Because we're going to, you know, give you medication for the pain, and we'll fix it, and you will go back home tomorrow. Or, doctor just said, it's going to hurt like hell, but it's going to be fixed in 2 minutes, and you're going to go home. So it's up to you. Choose what you want to do. And you're 7 years old in a hospital with weird people. You don't want to stay there. So she just looked at the doctor and said, I want it to be over soon. So he said, you want the quick and we're going home soon? She said, yeah. Okay. Oh, man. I was there when he took her arm and just did like, poop, to put it together. The face she made was like, oh, God, that must have hurt like I can't even imagine. But, hey, it was fixed, and they put, a cast over it and everything. But it was like, God. That was our time. Oh, God. Oh, smoking in hospitals. Oh, man, that was something. Smoking in a hospital. That was a thing. Yeah, doctors appeared in commercials. Hey, I like Players Light. That's perfect. What the hell? Bob from Wick, let petrol smell divine. Look at that. I'm not the only one. Hi, LBHCQ. I like that smell too. There you go. It did smell good for some reason. A bad reason, but it did. Brian Leisner, it's the best battery tester around. Nice and tingly. Oh, God. PT Radio, my dad taught me how to test a 9-volt battery with my tongue when I was very young. I still test them that way. You still do that? I don't. I can't. Oh, man. I can't. I remember the few times I did it, and it was like, oh, no. Interior, God. GPAV, love my PL330. My reception is excellent. Kenneth, don't forget jumping off the swings, yeah. Or being in the swings, and instead of sitting down, you would be up on your feet in the swings and going with swing. That was good, too. That was a good one, too. Pretty much. Old Rays, I remember in the early 2000s, jackass stunts like drinking milk until you puke. Oh, man. Oh, God. Joe Brown, that's how he says, diesel exhaust smells the best. Yeah, people smoked on planes at that time. They were smoking in hospital rooms. They were smoking everywhere they wanted. If people were, going crazy if you told them that you don't smoke a cigarette or something. Old radios. I like the smell of a dryer lint vent on a cold morning. G-Mac, I grabbed my brother and an electric fence payback. Oh, God. Jasmine, you all went to concerts standing right in front of speakers without earplugs, too. Hey, I remember the loudest concert in the world, which was The Pretenders and Iggy Pop in 1985. I was totally deaf when I got outside. I was totally deaf. Totally deaf. I barely could hear cars on the street that night. The loudest freaking concert that I've ever been to. That was one. Absolutely. Oh, man. Well, I know one thing, Jasmine. I know that I'm deaf. At least I know it. My phone keeps telling me that my volume on my earbuds are too high and puts it down, and I'm always annoyed. I'm like, shut up and let me be deafer than I am. But I am deaf to a pretty good extent. Not as much as it could be, but yeah. I look. I mean, I had a Walkman in the ears at the age of 15, and loud music through earphones was constant. Concerts. I mean, a radio. I mean, imagining I have the radio with static and stuff like real loud in my ears. Yeah, I'm deaf. I know I am deaf to a certain extent. I'd be curious to pass professional tests, a real professional test. But you know, oh, my WX50. I was so happy when I would go to karaoke bars. Here, the smoking law was, man, the ban smoking in bars in what 2000 and I don't know what year, but man, I would come home, smell like a cigarette ashtray, and I mean eyes burning and everything, and it's like I was so happy when no more cigarettes in bars. Oh, that was beautiful, and in the restaurants also. No, I'm sorry, but smoking in a public space. Nope. Don't annoy other people with your habit. If you want to do it, do it at home or do it somewhere it doesn't matter to anybody else. Um, Still today in Vegas. Hi LB8CQ. They still let you smoke pretty much anywhere in Vegas. Joseph, amazing. Iggy Pop is for his word is for real. Yep. BT Radio. I have to buy a lead additive for my '69 Corvette from the local auto parts store. It helps to lubricate the valves. Wow. Cheap Trick concert. Old radios my earbuds use. Yep. Hey, and Jeff, nice to have you here. Justin, I'm so sorry your dev show makes it hard for those faint SSB utilities. Yeah, just pump up the volume even higher. But I am deaf to a pretty good extent. Not enough. I can still hear. I had a friend of mine that worked in construction, and he used machinery, heavy machinery that made a lot of noise. And for a long time, there was no regulations. You had to put these big, sound earbuds over or earphones over your ears to save your hearing. So for years, if not decades, he used those heavy machinery with all the big noise. And one day, he looks at me and says, "You know what? I've never thought of it, but I know I'm pretty deaf." And I said, "Really? How do you know?" And he went for a hearing test, and the doctor that did the test, or the specialist that did the test, came back and said, "Can I ask you a question? Do you hear birds when you're outside? Do you hear the birds singing?" He realized that he could not hear birds singing at all, because when you're getting deaf, the frequencies that are really going away are the higher frequencies. And this is where I have my own level of deafness, I understand. It's like, okay, I still hear birds, so it isn't too bad. But when I pass some of the tests, it's like, yeah, it's not good. For my age bracket, I am not as good as I should be with my hearing. And I know it has a lot to do with, like, you know what? I just didn't care. Because from a very long age, from a long time, when I had my first Walkman, I mean, on TV everywhere, they were talking about the dangers of the kids today with their Walkman, putting music, very loud music in their ears. And I knew somehow you're a kid, you're a teenager. I don't know, you're kind of Superman as a teenager. It's like, it won't happen to me. I'm not going to be there. I'm going to do that. I don't think it's that loud. But it is. It is. And you get older and you're like, yeah, okay, I'm deaf. All right, I'm deaf. That's the way it is. It's, it's the way it is when you're young, you just don't, I don't know, you're careless about that. You don't think it's going to happen to you. That's pretty much, you know, the way you think, I believe. Ah, man. BT Radio, loudest concert I ever went to was Neil Young's Rest Never Sleep tour. I saw both the movie and live concert. The movies was louder. Wow. Oh, man. Android earphone nanny, annoying. Already have a 78 of the song Smoke, Smoke, Smoke That Cigarette. Oh, God. Nice to have you here, Jeff. Wow. And some casinos still have, wow. Okay. Kenneth says, pump up the volume, pump up the volume. Yeah. That is pretty much it. G-Mac, counting flowers on the wall that don't bother me at all. Playing solitaire till dawn. Oh, man. Yeah. JPV 70 lost his hearing as an Anthrax concert back in the 80s. And Jeff, I won't go there. Let's keep it non-political, all right? And Jeff. Kenneth, who used to be listed in Guinness World Record as the loudest concert? Wow. Charles Williams, I have trouble understanding faint call signals through static. I don't know up to what point. I'd be curious, if we could, like, do this is how you would hear now if it wasn't for what you did, and this is how you hear now because you didn't care. It's something. Justin, everyone I know who went to the first concert I attended, Paramore, wore ear protection. We knew. You know what? I can tell you one thing, Jasmine, is that even today, none of the people of my age that go to a concert wear any protection of any kind. We go to a concert and just want it blasted. That's it. But we've got very, very harsh laws here now for concerts. And I noticed that all the concerts I've went through in the last couple of years, there's no effect on the ears. And it's because they've really done, like, if you want to do a concert here in this province, in this city, these are the rules of how loud it can be and the frequencies. And so it really is very different today. Bert, WF7I Homebrew. Nice to have you on board. Quick question: should the AirSpy HF Bliss Discovery just run on Windows 11 with the downloaded software, or you have to install some drivers first? Thanks for the advice on this. It should just work. You install the software, you plug in the AirSpy HF Discovery, and you choose the Discovery off the list, and it should be there automatically. Whoa. So it should be there automatically. So, hey guys, we're going to say goodbye. 4 hours and 30 minutes. I am going to go eat and take care of myself. At 9 p.m. I got a little something to do. And then I got to edit the International Radio Report. So it's nice to have you here, guys. See you next week. And hope you enjoyed the show today. And it's always nice to have all of you on board. Thanks for being here. It's always cool. So see you next Saturday. And don't forget, in 2 weeks' time, it's going to be the Christmas show. That's on the 28th. Not Saturday, but Sunday. With the giveaway, Christmas giveaway. 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships to those that donate. And a surprise box. So you can donate to the Super Chat. And also through PayPal. So thanks everybody for being here. And it's always a lot of fun to have all of you guys here. Thanks again for being here. Ray Oxford, nice to have you here. Stephen Burnham, nice to have you here. Always nice to have all of you here. Take care, guys. See you next week, 20 hours UTC on Saturday. And we'll be very close to Christmas. Bye, everyone.